Good evening. We are going to call to order the December 16th, 2024 regular city council meeting. If the clerk can call the roll.
Of course, Councilmember Tanaka. Councilmember Lipcott-Haynes.
Here.
Mayor Stone.
Here.
Councilmember Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Koo. Here. Vice Mayor Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
For the record, all present.
All right. Thank you. All right, we got a couple of special orders of the day. Our first one, item 1, is a proclamation expressing appreciation to Dean Batchelor upon his retirement. I've asked Vice Mayor Lowing to read the proclamation.
With pleasure. It's a proclamation from the city of Palo Alto expressing appreciation to Dean Batchelor upon his retirement. Whereas Dean Batchelor began his career with the city of Palo Alto on October 21, 2008, and has provided exemplary service for more than 16 years. And whereas Dean Batchelor has enthusiastically served the citizens of Palo Alto as Assistant Director for Utilities Operations, as Chief Operating Officer, and Utilities Director. And whereas Dean provided leadership and oversight for numerous utilities capital improvement projects, including major multi-year infrastructure replacement and street improvement in downtown Palo Alto, new Corte Madera Reservoir construction, Colorado and Hanover power substations and rehabilitation, rebuilding and undergrounding electric lines in the foothills, deploying advanced metering infrastructure and smart grid technology, implementing a new electric outage management and customer notification system, launching the electric grid modernization and fiber to the premises pilot project, accelerating sewer main replacement investments, and adding solar to city facilities. And whereas Dean executed contract agreements for advantageous resource supply procurements, successful managed finances and rates to save Palo Alto customers money on utility costs, introduced new technology such as MyCPAU online account management to improve customer service and efficiencies, implemented new customer programs for environmental sustainability, such as carbon neutral gas offset programs and sustainability and climate action plan, and won awards on behalf of the city of Palo Alto Utilities for leadership in utility safety and operations, smart energy program structure, and the customer experience. And whereas Dean has strengthened the utilities department recruitment, retention, succession preparation, and strategic planning initiatives, mentored and trained team members to provide the highest quality services for the Palo Alto community, emphasizing the importance of integrity and honesty in public service. And whereas Dean Batchelor is recognized by his peers and city staff for being professional, knowledgeable, dependable, and team player. Now, therefore, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby extends its sincere appreciation to Dean Batchelor for his dedication and excellent service rendered to the city, presented December 16th, 2024. Dean Batchelor.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, council members. Thank you very much for those kind words, Vice Mayor Lowing. I've been here for 16 years and I couldn't be successful enough without all the help from the council over the years. And especially this council. This council has really helped me define where we are from a utilities perspective and the understanding when I need to come to you to talk to you about whatever the project or whatever the task might be, is that getting your advice and trying to work out a resolution for the community that is so hard to find at times with the expectations as high as they are. But, I wish that I could tell you that we knock it out of the ballpark every time, but sometimes we don't. And we learn by those and we talk about it amongst our groups that what it really takes to be dedicated to the city. And I wouldn't be standing here in front of you without the support and the thank yous to our city manager, Ed Shikata. He gave me the opportunity to be able to become the director of this department 6 years ago. And without him, I would have never had that opportunity to be able to lead such a wonderful group of members of my staff. You know, our staff, men and women, dedicated 224, 365 during the year, and that we strive to the community to do the best we can to be able to provide the services. And it's those folks that are actually out there that have made me successful in the position and the role that I hold today. So I have so many thank yous. And I know I'm going to miss folks in this period of time, but just to close this on a short member is that I want to thank the city for itself again, for allowing me to be the director of the utilities. This really was a difficult decision to make. It's bittersweet for me. This was not an easy task. I've been thinking about it for some time. And again, I want to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity to be the director of utility of the city of Palo Alto. So thank you.
Like to come up for a photo? We'll bring you up on the dais. Great. Oh, and Dean, please don't leave just yet. We got some council members who'd like to also. Yes, please. All right. So Vice Mayor Lowing.
Yes, I only want to add to the proclamation that I've had the real sincere pleasure of working very closely with the director these last 2 years on the Utility Advisory Commission, where he is also highly respected by all the members for his transparency, his honesty, his dialogue to get the best ideas out of the UAC and staff before they come to council. Much appreciated. And then secondly, I really want to point out hiring people in utilities is difficult as it is in many of our departments for the logical reasons about cost of living here and so on. And a couple of years back, the director said, this just isn't happening fast enough. So he more or less created a separate recruiting department in his department and said, we got to find some creative ways to get the word out about working in Palo Alto, and did that. And the vacancy rate has gone down measurably over the last 2 years. And I really want to salute the director for that level of creativity while cooperating with the normal HR department as well, and addressing that, because if we don't have the people, we don't get the work done. So that's just an example of his creativity and stepped above and beyond. So thank you so much, and enjoy that fly fishing.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I've had the pleasure of working with Dean for a lot of years, but most closely the last 4 years. And not only in the Finance Committee, where all of our utility rates come forward and all the financial related issues to the utilities, which are incredibly important to our community. But then on our Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, where the Utilities Department is really the backbone of what we're able to achieve in our community on our climate plan. And those two things converge, because our Utilities Department, our electric utility, which we're transitioning more and more toward as our primary utility, has been 100% carbon neutral since 2016. And the residential rates are 50% below PG&E. And there is no utility in the state that can make that claim. I think it's an incredible achievement that, Dean, you should be proud of as a career accomplishment. But as well as that, it's the foundation that you've used that for what we're now doing on our grid modernization program, to increase our reliability and our capacity, on all of our other electrification incentive programs that are really leading, and all of the support that the balance of the Utilities Department has given to those efforts, and the creativity and innovation that has shown that we can do both things. We can have efficient, reliable, low-cost utilities and be national leaders in our environmental program at the same time, because a lot of folks could say, well, Palo Alto, you can do that stuff environmentally because you have enough money. But no, we've actually done so at a fraction of the cost of the ratepayers of the state. And you put those together, and that's just a great career achievement.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Stone, and Director Batchelor. I just want to say thank you one more time. It's a big deal to be the Director of Utilities in a demanding city like Palo Alto, especially one that we don't just run electricity, we don't just run gas. You're running all of these utilities, and so I do echo what the Vice Mayor said and Councilmember Burt said about the talent and the service that you've brought to this city. But I also want to personally thank you for tutoring me and bringing me along the curve and being patient with me as I learned. So I've served on the Climate Committee, but also as the Northern California Power Agency Commissioner. I've had to learn a lot about what you do and your department does, and it has been incredibly impressive. And it's also, I want people to know how respected what happens here is outside of this city. And I recall when I think it was the first NCPA conference I went to, and at one point there was a presentation on our grid modernization efforts. And people were wowed. People stopped me on the way out. And I'm like, I don't get credit for this. I'm just trying to learn it along with you. But it was amazing that other cities and the people in them who are responsible for that work there, so they know exactly what it takes and how hard it is, were wowed. But our director, I've come to know, is modest and humble and classy. And he let a much younger staff member give that presentation, who did a great job. So he mentors his team, and he didn't need to speak up during Q&A. He trusted his team. And I was impressed by that right from the get-go. And want to share that I've had a couple of other conversations since then with you. And what has struck me when you're not in public is how much you care about the employees on your team. And that is something that, one can't teach. It's just who you are. And so thank you for that.
Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. And what my colleagues have said, I agree with completely. They couldn't have said it better. And I also want to thank you. And what I've observed through the years is that you have a quiet strength and confidence, and you don't need to be verbose. You don't need to speak up, but you exude that and you give us confidence with everything that you have suggested, recommended. And if you say you come to us for advice, but I think we come to you more for advice and guidance also in terms of how our utilities are going to move forward. So enjoy the retirement and all the adventures that you're going to be having. Thank you again.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Director Batchelor. Thank you so much for your years of service to our city and for the beautiful career that you've developed over the many decades. I got to know you on the Finance Committee last year, and I have to say I miss finance for all kinds of reasons, one of which is I don't get to learn from you anywhere near as frequently as I did in my first year. Here you are, this senior administrator with so many decades of service, and I was a brand new city council member who frankly didn't know a lot about utilities. And in finance, you really have to understand the nitty-gritty of the project in order to decide whether to cast your vote in favor of the money to fund it or not. And I found myself worried that I was on the verge of asking really stupid questions. And for example, there was a contract in front of us about geothermal turbines of some kind and this huge geothermal farm in to the north of us somewhere. And I said, how does it work? Are there actually turbines in the guy, and you just delighted in explaining to me how this stuff worked. And I delighted in learning from you. And I really appreciate that you let me ask a beginner question. And together that dialogue really allowed me to be more informed and more confident, therefore, that I was able to make the decision that I'm sent up here to try to make. So with gratitude to you for how you really helped shepherd a new council member along, we're going to miss you and we wish you the very best. Thank you so much.
Dean, I just want to second everything that has already been said. You have been a mentor to so many of us, me as well, when I first came on, well, gosh, all 4 years, being able to help me navigate these really complex utility issues. And as Councilmember Burt discussed, all these accomplishments that the city has been able to do on utilities and keeping these rates low relative to the rest of this state, and so many of the kind of the cutting edge policies that we've been able to implement are all really thanks to your leadership through that. And so you're really, really going to be missed. Always happy to have you back, but enjoy retirement, and hopefully you won't be a stranger. So thanks again for your service. And Councilman Tanaka.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. All my colleagues have already said it, but just want to echo that and really appreciate all your work and enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Dean. All right. Now we'll move to a special order of the day, number 2, which is a proclamation recognizing Gunn High School Pickleball Club. I'm personally excited and honored to be able to read and issue this proclamation, having played with the pickleball club and gotten to know some of the really impressive players. So the proclamation promoting student wellness and mental health through pickleball. Whereas the Gunn High School Pickleball Club was founded to support mental wellness, reduce stress, and build community through the sport of pickleball, a social and accessible activity promoting physical activity and resilience. The Pickleball Club has created a valuable space for stress relief, giving students a welcoming break from academic pressures and the opportunity to connect with peers. And whereas the club recently held a mental health awareness event supported by the city of Palo Alto, Mayor Greer Stone, to emphasize the positive impact of recreational activities on mental health, underscoring the city's commitment to youth wellness. And whereas the club has received generous support from the Palo Alto Pickleball Club, which donated paddles to help make this initiative possible, along with Aereo Sports, which provided additional donations and direct support during the event. These community partners have empowered the Gunn High School Pickleball Club to expand its mission, encouraging students to experience the benefits of physical activity and wellness. And whereas the Gunn High School Pickleball Club exemplifies youth leadership, demonstrating a commitment to mental health advocacy and community enrichment in alignment with the City of Palo Alto's values. Now, therefore, I, Greer Stone, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the City Council, hereby recognize and commend the Gunn High School Pickleball Club for its dedication to student wellness, mental health awareness, and community spirit. We also honor the Palo Alto Pickleball Club and Aereo Sports for their generous support in creating a lasting, positive impact through the game of pickleball. So thank you to the Gunn High School Pickleball Club. If you'd like, you're welcome to come and say a few words. If not, we could just invite you up for a photo. It's up to you. Sorry? Photo? Okay, sounds good. So come on up. Okay, great. We'll move on now to item 3, which is a closed session, conference with our city attorney regarding potential litigation regarding adequacy of the City of Palo Alto's housing element. Do we have any public comment on the closed session item?
No, there are no requests to speak for closed session item 3.
Great. Do we have a motion to go into closed session? Councilmember Burt moved.
Second.
All right, taking the vote to go into closed session, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Finger,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka, Councilmember Burt, Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, wonderful. So we are estimated to be in closed session until 6:45. That's merely an estimate. We are running about 10 minutes late right now. I know there's a lot of people here interested in speaking on public comment, so we'll do our best to move it along. See you soon.
Now, kids, tattoo, remember that, please. All right.
I need that every time I walk into the room. Thank you. All right, coming out from our closed session, nothing actionable to report. Thank you for everybody's patience. We will now move on to agenda changes, additions, and deletions. City Manager?
Changes, Mayor.
All right, great, thank you. All right, next is public comment. How many public speakers do we have, Madam Clerk?
We currently have 13 requests to speak.
Okay. I'll just remind the public of some of our new policies. If anyone hasn't had a chance yet to submit a speaker card, please do so now. We'll cut off public speakers when I'm done with my comments. So we are no longer allowing virtual speakers. All speakers do have to be in person. We're also capping total speaker time to 30 minutes. So if the public comment period goes beyond that, we'll move the rest of it to the end of the agenda, but that shouldn't be a problem with 13 speakers. So first, most importantly, City of Palo Alto values inclusion and tolerance, strive to create a safe space for all to express their views. Any intimidation or harassment will not be tolerated. Second, First Amendment does protect an individual's right to express their views in this public space. While we are able to implement reasonable time, space, and manner restrictions, we can't prevent a speaker from expressing their views, no matter how much we may disagree. So if a speaker is saying something that you disagree with or find troubling, you're welcome to excuse yourself from the room until they've finished their comments. We won't tolerate members of the public interrupting a speaker. Everyone's guaranteed their time to speak, but your time will be limited to 2 minutes for public comment. Also, please withhold all your commentary, both during and after someone is speaking. We ask that you don't clap, but if you do feel the need to be able to show solidarity with the speaker, thumbs up, hand raises, things like that is helpful. That way we can all see if you are in agreement. And finally, ask that you honor people's personal space and right to express themselves and the forum that we've created here to share your perspectives. So with that, turn it over to the clerk.
Our first speaker is Ken H.
Good evening, Council, and since you're going to begin talking about priorities for 2025 and beyond, I'm here to begin the advocacy again for a sugary drink tax. This is something that I brought up many years ago. In fact, when Council members Tanaka and Kug were first elected to the council back in 2017 when they served, the council took up a sugary drink tax, but it didn't move very far. And then, of course, the governor passed a law that said sugary tax drinks could not be something that the cities could vote on. But that law has been declared unconstitutional. And because Palo Alto is a charter city, they can make their own laws and they don't have to rely on the state. And recently, I have a handout for you. Recently, Santa Cruz City passed a sugary drink tax. And City of Berkeley also reaffirmed their tax and made it permanent. So we can do a lot with a city tax on this. We could get up to, I think, $2 million, and we could do a lot of good. And particularly in the areas of youth mental health, which is one of the mayor's priorities, we could start to fund some of these programs. So I will continue to come to city council meetings into 2025, and hopefully a lot of other people will join me as well as the American Heart Association to support a sugary drink tax for Palo Alto's in the election 2026. Thank you for your time, and best wishes to council members Koo and Tanada, and thank you for your service to the city.
Our next speaker is Shawnee K.
Good evening, Mayor Stone, council members. We had a king tide event combined with a major storm on Saturday, and I was in the Baylands, and I just wanted to show you a few little videos from what was happening in the Baylands. So you can see the first one. So this video is taken, you can see the Lucy Evans Center. You can see what happened to the trail to the Lucy Evans. It became a waterfall. Water was going over the bridge. Just a bird flew over, it's a raven. So that was one of those very short videos. I'll show you another one. The next one, you'll show how the water is going over the road and into the area where the duck pond is. So the duck pond became part of the bay. And staff was moving people away, asking them to leave and close the location. So I hope you can see this. Yeah, I think this is the one. They're very short. It's kind of hard to see, but the water is just coming from every direction and flowing over the road and into the duck pond. And the duck pond, you couldn't really see the exact boundary of it. There is another one where you can see sort of a sign that looks like it's in the bay, but that's usually dry grounds. And if you can just show the picture, yeah, this one. And then if you can show the picture, so there's a little dunlin. It's a bird that migrates or comes here in winter. It's about this big, and there was no, it couldn't stand in the water. Usually you'll see it at the edge of the water. Well, the edge of the water became, yeah, it's just a little bird, but the birds could not find shelter. There were most of the vegetation was submerged. And I actually found one of
Your
those
time is up.
salt marsh harvest modes that was in a puke of a bird. So these are not easy times. Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna F.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Anna Freitas, and I've worked for the City of Palo Alto and been an SEIU member for 16 months. As an HR liaison in the Public Works Department, I've helped HR get the city vacancy rate down to 10%. That number doesn't tell the whole story. Retention is still an issue, one that can be downright dangerous for some city staff and even pose risks to water quality. Our water quality control plant staff work hard day and night to treat wastewater from residences, businesses, and industries from Palo Alto and 5 other municipalities. Their expertise is essential to protecting the bay from potentially harmful contaminants, and that expertise has been draining away. Over the past 10 years, the plant has lost 11 grade 2 and 3 certified operators. It takes a minimum of 6 months to fill vacancies and more time for operators to become confident in the SOPs and safety measures of the plant's dynamic, complex systems. It's crucial to have enough experienced staff at all times to reduce the risk of mistakes that could damage equipment or injure staff. We may be filling vacancies across the city, but we'll continue to lose key institutional knowledge if we don't have take-home pay that competes with water quality control districts. Cutting corners on the COLA and health insurance premiums is a problem not only for SEIU members, but for everyone who benefits from the plant's protection of water quality. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jaya Yu, followed by Sophia H.
Good evening. My name is Jaya. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and the son of a city employee. You may remember me from 2 weeks ago, and I'm here for the same reason, which is to ask you to invest in your city employees more. There are many ways that you can do this, and here are a few examples. One, you can start by applying COLA after market adjustments to the 75th percentile, not before. You can increase contributions to healthcare premiums to make healthcare more affordable. You can plan for adequate rest periods for all workers regardless of whether overtime was prearranged or for emergency. And please work with the bargaining team to learn more about these benefits and others and what it means to implement them. Thank you for your time, council members.
Our next speaker is Sophia H., followed by Rico M.
Sorry, give me a second. Hello and good evening. My name is Sophia Howell, and I am a senior at Gunn High School and a dual enrollment student at Foothill College. I'm also a longtime resident of Palo Alto since birth, and I'm here on behalf of the employees of the city. I understand that our city's employee contracts are currently up for renewal. Council members, I hope that during this time, you choose to further invest in our workers. In supporting our city's workforce through livable wages and benefits, we benefit our local economy, ensure emergency preparedness and public health, and more. But good truly ripples out. I know various city workers personally and can personally attest to their hard work and honest work. They're the backbone of our city and deserve to be well compensated, uplifted, and supported. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Rico M., followed by Ratu.
Good evening, council. My name is Rico Mendez, and I'm the proud chief elected officer of our union, SEIU Local 521. So I started my union organizing career 20 years ago, right here in the city of Palo Alto, representing the peninsula, all up and down from San Mateo all the way down to San Jose. And I learned a lot about Palo Alto in that time. When we were in our contract negotiations, maybe 2010, we did a study. And it showed that Palo Alto had the largest and highest amount of city services per capita of any city on earth in the entire world. Something to be proud of. Well, it's been the honor of my life to represent these workers behind me, the proud men and women that provide the services the city of Palo Alto is so famous for. We have a community center, a theater, things that most cities don't have. These are the workers that provide those services. Utilities, parks, inspectors. But unfortunately, their proposals that will help you solve some of the city's problems have apparently fallen on deaf ears. And we're hoping you're going to change that. And you're going to change that soon, because their proposals help you solve a few crises that you have. One, 911 dispatch. Your lack of decision-making is putting everyone in danger. There's 5 out of 15 dispatchers that are vacant right now, a whopping 44% vacancy rate, putting every single family at risk in all of Palo Alto right now. 4 of your 8 inspectors are vacant, not allowing people to get back into their homes. So the time for change is now. What we expect is to go back and forth and get to a place where there's a mutual agreement. But the ball's now in your court to invest in these workers. And by doing so, you're investing in your own community. But this is not for your bargainers to do. They need clear direction from you to do what's right. What do we want? Contract. And when do we want it? Now. When we fight, we win.
Our next speaker is Ratu, followed by Patricia W.
Lord Mayor, honorable members of the council, Mr. Shikata. My name is Ratu Selmalani. I'll be reading a statement for a friend of mine, a co-worker, who unfortunately had a medical emergency and wasn't able to be here this evening. My name is Marlon Kasberg, and I've been working for the city of Palo Alto for 17 and a half years. I'm a zookeeper at the Junior Museum Zoo. I'm here to talk about healthcare and the fact that it doesn't exist for the city employees who are not working full-time. I love my work here, and to keep myself employed, I've had to find benefits through another place of employment and maintain 2 jobs. through my career just to keep me working here. I think a fair union contract should enable part-time employees to afford healthcare through the city for limited hourlies. Albeit there's a stipend the city allots us, but it isn't enough to pay for coverage. It's just a small portion of the full amount. In the many years I've been here, the turnover has been phenomenal, and the consistency of employers have been disheartening. Other cities in the Bay Area give their employees benefits at the 30-hour level of work, and it would be nice that Palo Alto would echo that fairness in the workforce. I ask that the council members work with my union. Together, we can improve working conditions through a stronger union contract. Thank you, Marlon Kasberg. So I'd just like to thank Rico for coming in and explaining what our situation is as far as the calculations that determine what a market wage is. That's determined, that's not in our control. It's something that
Your time is up.
the city manager actually pays for, and that's our guidance towards a fair market. So thank you for your time, and I'm sorry if I took a bit more time.
Our next speaker is Patricia W., followed by Melody T.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Wong, and I'm a lead public safety dispatcher. I have been with the city of Palo Alto for 17 years, and in those 17 years, our dispatch center has never been fully staffed. We operate on minimally staffed crews working 12, that's right, 12-hour shifts. That's our regular work hours. And we get called in frequently on overtime. If a dispatcher calls in sick, a dispatcher who is off duty is called in and mandated. That means we have to come in to work on our days off. We do not receive compensation for being on call. Other departments have on-call programs. We do not. We are asking for a fair way to be compensated for this and recognized for all the days off that we lose. If we did not come in on days off to maintain minimum staffing, there would be a delay in emergency services and response times. I speak to you not as council members, but as residents of Palo Alto. What if it was you who had to call 911 and you got me on the other end of the line? And I had to put you on hold, even though your loved one may be unconscious, not breathing, something may be happening that is out of your control, but I have to put you on hold to answer other calls. How would that make you feel? And it's due to our staffing. We can't retain people here. Short staffing is a common problem throughout public safety dispatch centers due to the demand and high stress of the job. Other agencies offer higher wages, better pensions and retirement plans, and some have offered retention bonuses. We don't have anything like that here. I ask you to work with the city. I ask you, the city, to work with SEIU so that we can come to an agreement for fair compensation and recognizing the sacrifices that dispatchers make every day. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Melody T., followed by Mark E.
Good evening, council members, mayor, vice mayor. My name is Melody. I'm a librarian, and I spoke to you 2 weeks ago about healthcare and the impacts. And as a librarian folk, we're getting ready to prepare for January and the observances like Lunar New Year and MLK Jr. and Holocaust Remembrance Day. I was really thinking about a quote that resonated with public discourse, and I decided to come back and address other things on the table. And this is a quote from Martin Niemöller's haunting words in First They Came, and you may be familiar with them. I'll just read a small portion. First they came for this group, and I didn't speak out because I was not part of this group. First they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And these words echo today. They remind us that rights hard-won through collective action, once they're gone, they're hard to regain. And so what's on the table is not just money, it's not just healthcare, it's not just COLAs, and it's actually rights and protections as well. And what woke me up this week was hearing how negotiations are going, hard-won rights that are just standard things like rights to arbitration when things go wrong. Who's a third party in oversight to speak for us when the city and union cannot agree on something? These are not things to be traded for money on the table. I sometimes almost feel like the foundation of our rights are worth more than you can pay us in money. And, you know, I do feel that the COLAs need to be addressed and the healthcare needs to be addressed, but it's almost like a wake-up call, and the news of this is echoing through our membership, and it's going to continue to echo this week
Your
and over
time
the
is up.
holidays. So I ask to help our union bargain with the city for a fair contract and not let go of our protections and rights. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mark E., followed by Susan L.
The people behind me and the people that work for this city are genuine, caring, loving people that have families and have children. These are the people that come out and snake your drain at midnight. These are the people that put a ladder on a wire and climb up a ladder and risk their lives so that residents here can have car chargers. There are a few things we would like to bring up as you consider the wages and healthcare of your employees that make this fine city run. Studies have shown that if an employer pays the employee what they are worth and retain their workforce, the employer saves money in the long run. I have been in my current position for about 1.5 years and have had 2 valuable coworkers leave in 1 year. One to go to the neighboring city for more money, and the option to work from home, and the other to go to a startup for more money. This has left us with a great deal of work to pick up where they have left off on jobs and the lost time we spent training them. This is common sense to pay people what they are worth, and they will stick around. 2, the cost of living. We work for a city that we cannot afford to live in. I personally spend the majority of my check on gas to get to and from work because this is the area we can afford. I have 3 small children and spend 12 hours a week in addition to 40 hours a week on the road away from them, such as tonight. And I love them dearly, but this is worth it. Many positions in the city should have the option to work from home, cutting the cost of long commutes.
Your time is up.
We, as a group, come to work every day, work incredibly hard, bring huge revenues into the city, and are in turn paid enough to live at best an hour away.
Your time is up. Please finish your sentence.
This is poor. This city touts inclusion until it comes down to dollars and cents.
We appreciate your time.
Or one more paragraph.
Sorry, next speaker, but you can email us the rest of your remarks.
Our next speaker is Susan L., followed by Rebecca K.
Hi, I'm Susan Light. I've been here before. And I'm here because of my connection with the library. And I'm speaking on behalf of their interest in having better healthcare benefits. As we know from the recent article in the Palo Alto Weekly, our libraries are a much valued part of our community, but books are just books. In my experience as a volunteer at the Friends of the Palo Alto Library and working at the library stores, as well as being a loyal patron, what we value are the people who work there. The idea that someone would leave Palo Alto to work at a different library system because of the medical benefits is a terrible scenario, but that is what may happen based on the current discussion. And I don't have to add about how recent current events have reminded us how important healthcare can be and how problematic it can be. The priority of the community should be to attract and keep the best employees so we can maintain what makes Palo Alto so special. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rebecca K., followed by Joe H.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Cohn. I've worked at the City of Palo Alto for 7 years. I'm a senior librarian and I'm a member of my union, SEIU Local 521. I'm here to comment today about retention and recruitment challenges. The high cost of living and competitive job marketplace in Silicon Valley makes it difficult to attract employees. A fair union contract that supports competitive wages and benefits is essential to preserving a skilled and dedicated workforce. The libraries enjoy public support, but the workers need city support to continue our successful operation. I ask that the council members work with my union as together we can improve working conditions through a stronger union contract. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Joe H.
Mayor Stone, council members, Mr. Shikata, I want to bring something to your attention that I'm not sure you are aware of. I recently received notice from my home insurance carrier that my homeowner's insurance and ancillary earthquake insurance would not be renewed after many years of having the policy. Part of the reason for that, and that is why I am here tonight, I will quote, "All trees, vegetation must be trimmed so no branches overhang the roof and are clear on the sides of the dwelling by at least 5 feet on all sides." What I'm telling you tonight might be the tip of the iceberg. I live near Gun High School. We don't have as many trees in that part of town other than street trees that and that makes us decidedly different than the northeast quadrant of Palo Alto, Professorville, Old Palo Alto, Crescent Park, and other communities. If this is in fact the tip of the iceberg, and I've checked with friends who know nothing about it, although one friend said he did know another person who got a similar notice, we may see a dramatic change in the canopy, the beautiful canopy that Palo Alto has and has had for many years. So I don't expect you to do anything about my personal circumstances, which are private and not public. But if this becomes pervasive throughout the city of Palo Alto, it would be interesting to know if there's anything that the city can do to protect our beautiful canopy that we've had for so many years. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, thank you. We appreciate everybody coming out tonight in light of the holidays. And that ends our public comment. So we're now going to move on to our next item, which is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Vinker.
All right, thank you, Mayor Stone. I wanted to first share with my colleagues that this past Thursday, the League of California Cities Peninsula Divisions Executive Committee had its annual retreat. Bye. And again, this year, I am the Santa Clara County Legislative Action Committee Chair. And I want to thank City Manager Shikata for coming and joining with us as we tried to plan for 2025. So I just want to let you know quickly about a couple of events coming up in January because the holidays are coming and calendars may want to be reserved and such. I think most of you attended last year's legislative address at HP where we had 4 state legislators. We're going to be doing that again on January 24th. It's a Friday evening, but this time it'll be up in South San Francisco. But we again expect 4 or so state legislators to come, and we're going to focus on their upcoming legislative activities. So it'd be a good chance to ask them some questions because we're determined to leave much more time for Q&A this year. We're also having a luncheon event in January on economic development, and this time it will be in or near Palo Alto. So I'll give you more information on that in January, along with telling our new colleagues then about a new council member lunch for the peninsula, which we have not done before, but we thought it would be nice to get them to meet people similarly situated outside of our city. There will also be legislative action days in Sacramento in April and a climate event with students in August. So stay tuned and I will keep you posted on those. I also wanted to report on Bachman Air District board meetings. We had 2 in 2 weeks because we continued our major action item, which was to take a look at the progress toward living into the rules we passed for no-knox appliances. And the good news is that those are still intact and on track for the same schedule as previously. So they dovetail really nicely with our city appliance rules and heat pump water heater program. That those will come into effect for water heaters January 1, 2027 and HVACs January 1, 2029. I should also report that I was selected to be the vice chair for the next year of that board. So that will be also a good way to help coordinate things with our city. Finally, on a fun note, I want to announce that there will be, for any of my colleagues who sing, I'm looking to my right, there will be caroling on University Avenue on Saturday. It's actually First United Methodist Church. They did it last year, and this time are inviting anyone to join them. They're going to go up and down the business district, so our businesses might enjoy that. There will be a guitar, a fiddle, and an accordion, I'm told. So 3:30, First United Methodist Church, 625 Hamilton parking lot, if you want to sing. All right, thank you.
Thank you. You should have looked in my direction. I'm a prolific karaokeer.
You're welcome to come.
Okay, I might have to. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
I just want to congratulate my colleague, Councilmember Vinker, for being appointed to the Vice Czar of Bachman. It's really exciting to hear. Congrats.
Okay, I see no other lights. Just a brief update from me. This past week, I attended a mayor's conference in Southern California to combat anti-Semitism. There were over 200 mayors in attendance, had some incredible panelists, met survivors of the Holocaust, survivors of the terrorist attacks on October 7th, learned hopefully some incredible tools and made some strong connections to be able to come back to Palo Alto and continue to be able to aid us in the work that we've been doing to combat hate in all of its forms. And so looking forward to working with my colleagues in the new year and how we can continue to make sure that everybody feels safe and welcomed here in Palo Alto. All right, we will move on then to our study session, discussion of the 2024 City Council Ad Hoc Committee activities. And if staff has a brief presentation, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, City Council. Kylie Nozay, Assistant City Manager, and I'm really here on behalf of everybody just to kick this item off. Next slide, please. So the council has used the ad hoc process to allow the council members to really gain a greater depth in certain areas. And this process last year was coincided with the 2024 council priority setting objectives, priorities as well as objectives. And as part of that 2024 process, both the ad hocs were identified as well as purpose statements for each of those ad hocs. And as part of that report out at the end of the year on the ad hoc activities was one of the objectives. And so this item before you tonight is really that opportunity for you to collaborate amongst each other on the ad hoc activities. Next slide, please. As just a reminder, in the council's P&P handbook, there are guidelines on ad hoc committees and the intended use for them. Ad hocs are intended to be obviously limited time basis, and this is distinct from the standing committees that the council has. So the council does have standing committees that have an established schedule that they meet on a routine basis. Ad hocs are really intended for temporary or limited term work, and for that limited short period of time, the ad hocs can meet without Brown Act procedures. However, should ad hocs continue past that limited time period, they should be observing Brown Act procedures. Next slide, please. So this is just a snapshot of the City Council standing and ad hoc committees of 2024. Those in green are the standing committees. Those in blue are the ad hocs that the council had established as part of their 2024 objectives and priority setting process. You can see that the standing committees are all Brown Act bodies, and of the ad hocs, 2 of them were in a Brown Act body procedural fashion. The other ones operated in a more ad hoc fashion. Next slide, please. So just to bring everybody along, the Policy and Services Committee met on December 10th to discuss the 2025 priority setting discussion, and the motion that the committee made unanimously is on the screen. And we bring this before you both to bring the council up to speed on what the committee's discussion is, but also to alert the council to the fact that one of the recommendations is to recommend that the 2025 mayor not make council member appointments to city ad hoc committees prior to the 2025 annual retreat. So your annual retreat is scheduled for January 25th, 2025. Next slide, please. So again, this is really just for the City Council to receive the ad hoc committee reports from the 7 ad hocs from 2024 as part of that outcome that was established as part of the purpose statements. Mayor, back to you.
Great, thank you. So we're receiving reports from our 7 ad hoc committees. So why don't we go in order of from on slide 4, and I'll just turn it to the chair of each ad hoc if there's anything that you'd like to report out beyond what was included in the agenda for tonight. So we'll start with the Cupperly Real Estate Transaction Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess all that I would add is, the ad hoc had 3 members, but it took all 7 of us on this council to get this particular transaction over the finish line, and of course, along with staff. And this is an example of an ad hoc that had a limited purpose and duration. The transaction was to figure out how to acquire the real estate for intended use, and then a new ad hoc presumably will be created to focus on the design of the redevelopment and the bond effort intended to be put forward in order to pay for it. So it was a rewarding process, and grateful to have been a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to clear the light, Councilmember Koo. Is there any questions on the Cupperly ad hoc? Councilmember.
Well, not so much on the ad hoc that has just concluded its work, but one of the things that wasn't clear to me on tonight's agenda is whether we are going to wait to our retreat to begin to discuss what we anticipate would be ad hocs for next year, or Brown Acted committees, or different forms of or purviews, I should say, on a given topic. Say on Cupperly, might there be an ad hoc that looks at moving forward the Cupperly plan as opposed to the real estate agreement? So what was the intention on that?
Yep, City Manager.
Sure, I'm happy to help. I think this does dovetail, as Assistant City Manager pointed out, with the Policy and Services Committee discussion. So we've got, in some ways, the annual process that's going, and then something of a special one. The special one is the specific topic we're having tonight, which is a report out from the ad hocs. As a part of your standing procedures and protocols, the Policy and Services Committee each year reviews and makes recommendations on the process for the priority setting session. And so, as Kylie pointed out, it was just last week that the PNS committee discussed, and one of the recommendations from staff that has now been included in what the committee is bringing forward to the full council is that the question of 2025 ad hocs be part of your your retreat and to make a decision on what those ad hocs are, as well as the memberships to follow, recognizing that the actual membership is a mayoral responsibility. Now, that said, again, kind of following procedure, that was a Policy and Services Committee recommendation from last week. We will bring that to your full council discussion, I believe on the 13th. So the full council will be able to confirm, yes, let's talk about it at the retreat, or if you want to give a different direction, you'll have the opportunity to do that on January 13th.
So we would potentially have action on that on the 13th. Tonight, it's still being presented as potential discussion.
It's, yes, tonight is a study session, again, for the report outs on the 24 ad hocs.
Well, under that understanding that this is only for discussion purposes leading into the 13th and then maybe the retreat, I have some hesitancy on having a blanket approach of holding off until after the retreat, because that would then mean that really those ad hocs wouldn't get going until mid to late February. And some of them, maybe that's not a problem. But if you take, for example, the Coverly ad hoc and the tight time frame that we're going to have to develop a Coverly plan, do polling, decide on the size of a ballot measure and move all that forward, we're kind of on a race to do that. And I'm worried, even last month, we had preliminary discussion on, well, how do we keep that ball rolling? And we said, well, we're going to wait and reconstitute the ad hocs and it would have a different purview. But now we're really talking about from last month, December, January, almost a 3-month break in that vital timeline. That's the one that comes to mind with the greatest urgency. I would say that you know, we have a lot of other important things going on with some of these other ad hocs that we wouldn't want to have that kind of break on. So I'm hesitant to wait that long. There may be some ad hocs where that's not a problem, but I'm real hesitant about that as a procedural rule. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, I see no further lights. I do have one maybe follow-up question on that, maybe then for the city attorney. Is there enough, if we were to, because I know we need to redefine kind of the scope of what the next Coverly ad hoc committee is going to be. And I agree that the time pressures that we don't want to be losing any time is critical. Is there enough flexibility in the scope of the current Coverly ad hoc that it could kind of continue before we set up the new ad hoc to be able to work on that issue?
Sure. I think might be helpful just to review where we are with Coverly in that is it only 2 or 3 weeks ago that the council actually approved a work plan. So currently we're getting Concordia under contract. We are organizing our own staff resources to be able to support the effort. So I think in terms of the work to be done, we're not losing any time. That said, you know, I certainly appreciate council's interest in continuing the strategy discussion. And so perhaps we can continue that informally, irrespective of what's done with the ad hoc. So just offer that perspective.
So I think that the Coverly ad hoc, as it was defined, has concluded its work. By definition, you got to your MOU with the district, and so that committee hasn't been meeting and doesn't really have a scope. So I think you're going to be looking at that committee in context with all your other interests and needs, and there are quite a few.
And I think part of the idea of council doing that at the retreat is to pull all those various strands together and look at your priorities and staff capacity, council's own capacity, and make some choices. So I think that really does, sounds like the 13th is a preliminary opportunity to do that. So, maybe that's getting started on that conversation or at the retreat.
Okay, so not a possibility to be able to allow the current ad hoc to be able to kind of continue that work until either the 13th when we create a new one, or more likely the retreat.
So the work as it was defined is completed. So there was a specific milestone and it was reached.
But the ad hoc wasn't kind of shut down at that point.
Well, there was no formal ceremony around that. And the council doesn't have there was kind of a woohoo. There isn't a formal process in your procedures and protocols for winding down and closing down a committee, but it hasn't been meeting, and that's appropriate because it met its goal and completed its work.
Okay, Councilmember Byrd?
Yeah, just follow up that its scope was narrowly defined around the real estate negotiation. And my concern isn't so much that we've lost time in the last 3 weeks. My concern is that we will have lost time by late February, which would be about the earliest that meeting, first meeting could occur, because, we all know that we then have to, once we would create it, then there would need to be an agenda and staff report to some degree or some planning, maybe less so on an ad hoc, but I'd be surprised if it would convene before late February. So that's the time frame. That's 2 months from now, or 2+ months from now, and that's my concern.
Councilmember Coop?
So determining what the next ad hoc or the purpose of the next ad hoc for Coverly, wouldn't that be what is going to be discussed on the 13th, further refined or voted on at the retreat, and then staff is going to work on it and work with consultants in order to figure out what is going to be, based on the instructions, then go out and talk to consultants in the scope, correct?
Well, we actually, specifically related to Coverly, we actually have a scope that council has approved. And again, we're getting the contract in place to get the consultant started and ready to go. Quite frankly, it's not waiting on an ad hoc to continue that work. I do, as has been pointed out and discussed by the council previously, that there is the strategic work for the council in terms of how to guide the product of the work that Concordia will be doing in order to ensure that it meets the needs and really the level of support needed for the funding anticipated. So again, that will occur really over the next calendar year. And so that work can proceed. What we're expecting to come back on the 13th is really council's approval of that recommendation that you saw on the slide from Policy and Services in terms of some procedural issues related to the priority setting and how ad hocs would fit into the actual day of the 25th, the retreat on the 25th.
Thank you so much for kind of going through the steps and what council then can expect also. And so, and I just want to say that I don't think, so I want the next mayor to also know that it wasn't an intent to circumvent him or her, but it was more just to have time for council to meet, determine ad hoc, and then to return for more discussion at the retreat. And even for the new council members to understand what the ad hoc is going to be discussing, and them being included in the discussion in January. So thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott.
Yeah, I just wanted to weigh in and agree with Councilmember Byrd's passion for continuing the Coverly process as effectively and as soon as possible. I do have a slightly different take, which is that with Concordia coming back on board, they haven't really been a part of the scene since the last project unwound back in 2019. And so they're excited to be working with us. They're coming out from New Orleans. They're really going to be driving the part of the process that's community engagement, figure out how to revise the plans to fit current priorities. We obviously have a role to play. We have to provide guidance and direction. But I think if we constitute ourselves a little too early, we might get out in front of Concordia. And I would rather be able to sit with Concordia and have them situated and, meet with us and so on. So I feel we'll very much be a part of this. I just want us to fall in line at the right time. I think in addition to the community conversation, then there's the bond campaign and a different consultant on that. There's a question of whether the name remains the same or not. There's a whole lot of policy direction to be provided, and I know the ad hoc will do a great job on that. I guess I'm feeling like we can rev our engines and, and I'll commit to making ourselves available sooner rather than later when that first calendar invite goes out for that first meeting. So I remain optimistic that it's really quite doable under the what's currently proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nope. And Councilmember Burke.
My apology, but as I think about this more, we also have a distinction between ad hocs who are not Brown acted, which are truly short-term ones, and what we're calling ad hocs, which are ongoing committees. Particularly like the rail committee is multi-year and really kind of until we may have a council committee on rail until we begin construction on grade crossings. Who knows how long that needs to stay in place. And so we might want to take two approaches. One is on committees that are not our officially designated standing committees, but are continuous. And they don't really need to be reformulated. And the ones that come to mind are the rail and probably the retail committee. And do we want to have a 2 or 3 month pause in the activity of the retail committee either? But if they're going to be ongoing committees, there's not really the need to have this council discussion on reconsideration of do we do them and what scope do we give to them. They would just continue in their same scope and they're Brown acted. So we might want to break up those two things. And then amongst the ones that are truly ad hoc, the one that seems to have a greater sense of urgency is the Coverly. So we won't act on this until the 13th at the earliest. But I wanted to put that out on the table for us to think about how to make those distinctions so we go into that meeting kind of think about options.
Okay, our next ad hoc, Climate Protection Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mayor Stone. I guess what I'd like to add to the report in the packet is that we really had a great upgrade and expansion of our working group. We had 21 committee meetings and 10 working group meetings, as is reported. And we have 12 members of that working group who were really eager and active, and we were really blessed by them and their diversity of skills and perspectives that they brought to us. They're listed in the packet, and I won't go through them, but what I really wanted to talk about was at the last few meetings, we had a real upsurge in energy and commitment to working together to hit our 80 by 30 goals. And there was a real clear sort of realization and evolution in thought that we can't think about it as, how does the city as a government entity reach those goals, but how does the city work to support our residents and businesses in reaching those goals, that we really have to do it together. Because we all choose what types of cars to drive and how we get around town by foot or train or link or whatever. And, private residents and businesses choose what appliances to use in their buildings. So I think that sense of togetherness really lifted up. And And we asked the working group about ideas for next year. And one of the big ones was to share that enthusiasm with the rest of the city. And we even previewed some lawn sign designs. So it should be a lot of fun next year to fine tune in 2025 the iteration of what I would call Palo Alto's climate movement. And speaking of fun, Madam Clerk, do you have the pictures I sent to you? So we had our last working group meeting and we encouraged people to come in person, and they did. And we have a picture of the group. There we are. And if you can see what we're holding, you want to there's the picture on the left. Yes, we had heat pump water heater cookies, thanks to Director Eggleston and team. So we are having fun and getting it done. Just wanted to show you that. But I would just say, we'll talk more on the 13th and later, but when we say climate, it's not all things climate. It's the 3-year plan, the work plan for the SCAP. And, several times we've been constrained by that and unable to talk about some of the things I think that Councilmember Burt and I were hoping we could. So it'll be interesting to see what everyone thinks, but I hope we can find reason to transition the committee into a Brown Acted standing committee, because I don't think climate work is going to get done and be time bounded, unfortunately. So anyway, that's my report.
Thank you. And any questions or comments on Councilmember Coop?
Thank you, and thank you for all your work on this committee. I did want to ask, I see the climate working group roster, but I'm surprised that there isn't a biologist or a person from Canopy that is part of it. I'd like to ask that moving forward that you do invite them to it so that they can be part of the discussion for the natural environment and also our urban canopy. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's another reason it'd be nice to, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. It'd be nice if we had a Brown Acted committee that could bring sustainability in, which we couldn't do this past year. And then just expanding our working group to match would make sense. And I neglected thanking our incredible staff, because I think we've been really well supported this year. Just tremendous work by Brad and Jonathan and Karen and Christine, and I could go on, and I'm sure Diane, I'm leaving people out, but truly, thank you all. It has been just tremendous. And Sylvia, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, let's move to the El Camino Ad Hoc Committee. And is it?
It's a small, tight group, but you are technically the chair, Pat, so I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah. I didn't know that we even had a chair. So, we had our focus on a specific set of actions on the El Camino plan and the parking mitigation program. I think that we've largely completed our tasks. I think the vice mayor and I remain wanting to make sure we're really adjusting the parking mitigation program as needed, but our staff seems to be fully focused on that, and I don't think that there's probably a need to continue this ad hoc, even though we may have some in the next month or two, some follow-ups as we get to see, okay, it's installed. Are there any adjustments that we need to make to accommodate anything that was unanticipated? So that was probably a good example of a very short-term, limited purpose ad hoc.
Yeah, that had to work very hard in a short period of time to accomplish its goals. And that's maybe the definition of an ad hoc, or the perfect definition. I agree with that. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that we still have, I don't want to say concern, but we still want to keep an eagle eye on the mitigations there. in terms of both short-term parking for drop-offs and actual, implications on neighborhoods, pluses and minuses when we're trying to find new parking spaces for all those that we lost on El Camino. But I also think it's, from what you see here, I think it's fair to declare success in that short-term ad hoc for the incremental work we got on the bike lanes themselves compared to where we left it, where it's going to be just a little paint on the ground, as I think I said from this dais that night, and got without much leverage then the Caltrans to cooperate and get some stuff done. But I concur that we're now logically at the end of that.
Any questions or discussion on the El Camino ad hoc? Okay, seeing none, the housing ad hoc committee.
I think this covers it. We corroborated with the planning director on putting this together. This is also a two-person closely knit group with the mayor. I find it ironic when I see it in writing that housing element implementation takes one sentence, and affordable housing takes 3 long bullet points, and that was the exact reverse of the amount of time that I will say, first, the planning director and staff spent on that. Secondly, therefore, where the mayor and I spent our time. And in that regard, there's a lot of satisfaction on the housing element, but a lot of frustration that the team in planning was just so absolutely maniacally focused on the housing element, as they should have been and were, that it's just compromised on other stuff that we could get done. Notwithstanding that, we did make some progress, as noted here, on getting going on at least a strategy part of doing affordable housing fundraising, which we all know is going to be very critical. So, anything to add?
No, that was a good summary. I think the report does it well. It was a good year. Got a lot accomplished.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions or discussions for the housing ad hoc? Councilor Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks to both of you for your hard work on this committee, and thanks staff as well. The San Antonio area plan request, is this ad hoc ending? And if so, will there be a new mechanism, for council to be involved in a San Antonio area plan? Or is that not something that we would be involved with via an ad hoc?
My opinion on this is that there's no way we can't have some kind of housing committee for what we have to accomplish in the next, 2 to 4 years. So whether that's Brown acted or ad hoc, I just think it's for our priorities and our needs. We just have to work this in depth.
So I agree, and would just be curious then, throw it back to staff about what's the preferred mechanism there?
Well, once again, I think that's for your discussion among your priorities. And if it is, again, as you look at the bushel of stuff you want to do, it's a question of how to organize the work and manage the time as well, but organize the work. So I would suggest that's a January discussion. And also a way of really, I think, taking the next step on scope as you're now discussing. If, for example, San Antonio's specific plan or coordinated area plan, whatever we call it, is one of the key topics for what is the broad umbrella of housing, then that helps define the scope of that committee.
And what's interesting is it also dovetails with Cumberland, because we're talking about an area of the city that's, a pretty short radius when you look at from Cumberland to San Antonio, and wanting to make sure that there's coherence and coordination, that left hand, right hand, that's going to be important and exciting.
And amenities for a new neighborhood. Yeah.
Councilmember Burt.
Yeah, just adding a note on to the San Antonio corridor planning process. I just want to make sure that colleagues knew that I hadn't known about it in advance, that the VTA had a public meeting on the preliminary planning for reconstruction of the San Antonio and 101 interchange and the Charleston and 101 interchange, as well, Charleston and Rengstorff, I should say, with anticipation that the Charleston Road on-ramp on the southbound 101 would be eliminated. There would become a new on-ramp southbound 101 at San Antonio, and another one that would go off of the Rengstorff intersection, but not continuing on Charleston. That has implications for all the traffic that'll be in that San Antonio corridor, but a very positive dimension for this and really core. I got a briefing from VTA staff subsequent to this public meeting, and somehow I missed that there was a public meeting. There was fairly good attendance, apparently. They showed pictures. But the bicycle and pedestrian crossings at both San Antonio and Rengstorff would go from being kind of narrow and hazardous to being really excellent bike crossings. In class 4 separated bike lanes. And they think that the eligibility for a lot of the grant funding for this would come about because of the active transportation components to it that qualifies for that grant making. I mention that just so everybody's thinking about that corridor doesn't just end where we're doing the construction. And there's a whole nother set of transportation activities that are beginning that planning process. They're not at the end, that I just want to make sure everybody is aware of, because I had only heard a little peripherally about it until I got this briefing. And I'd say in general, it's exciting. There are a couple elements that they, I think, are important to us that weren't on their radar. And so our engagement with them will be important as well.
Let's move to the Rail Ad Hoc Committee.
Okay, so we had a busy year, and I think made a lot of good progress, and staff really made a lot of good progress. The one thing that I'd like to call out to this committee is something I'd spoken with the city manager about on how we would get this issue for council discussion and potential action, and that is two of our last 3 meetings, as we looked at the quiet zones, including a quiet zone for Churchill, and we got presentations from staff and from Caltrain on a series of measures that are being done on Churchill to improve safety and security, improve the biking in that area, and then address the environmental issue of the noise, either through a quiet zone or wayside horns. And we began to talk about how those things, along with signal optimization to improve the traffic flow, combine with that Caltrain is updating their business plan this coming year in anticipation of a lower projection of train growth than was previously on the board, and that the cost of grade separations and big civil engineering projects has gone through the roof. It has meant that Burlingame's nearly a decade in planning on their grade separation that they thought they were ready to break ground on is on hold. Mountain View at Rengstorff that was ready to break ground is now on hold because the costs shot through the roof and they now have a funding gap. And it brought up what now Caltrain has adopted as part of their corridor crossing strategy. The corridor crossing strategy was primarily focused on what's the toolkit for cities for grade separations and what's the role of Caltrain to help prioritize grade separations and have collected funding and have a stronger voice to get state and federal and regional funding. But they've added a dimension, which is they have now, they're describing as the enhanced grade crossing strategy, meaning what is a package of measures that can, where for the lower priority grade crossings that may not proceed with a grade separation for the foreseeable future, the package of measures that can address the capacity at the intersection, the safety and security, and the environmental impacts of generally noise and frankly construction from grade separations, which are horrendous environmental impacts. And is there an actual package of measures at a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the time that can provide maybe 70% of the benefits that we were looking for from a grade separation at less than 10% of the costs? And Caltrain has actually embraced this, as we now have kind of two paths that cities can choose from, and it's up to the cities. On Churchill, our committee had expressed quite a bit of enthusiasm toward pursuing a enhanced crossing strategy as an alternative, at least for the foreseeable future, proceeding with the engineering on the partial underpass, but having as our alternative, rather than closure of Churchill and a rebuild of Embarcadero and trying to redirect all the traffic from Churchill onto a highly congested Embarcadero, there were designs that in theory would be able to mitigate that, but instead to put as the alternative the enhanced crossing strategy at Churchill. And so if I recall correctly, the city manager had said this would be an opportunity to kind of have a conceptual discussion on that, but we would actually have to figure out when can we get it agendized so that the full council can decide whether this is a partial pivot that they want to consider. And so maybe I'll toss that back to the city manager. Have you looked at, if the council has an interest in doing that, when could that come before the council?
Right, I think we could agendize that soon in the new year and have really much of the work that's already been done wrapped up and brought forward to you as a package.
Great, and if colleagues on the committee want to weigh in, be welcome.
Yeah, no, sounds good to me. I'm excited to continue the conversation.
All right, any further questions or discussion? All right, let's move to the Retail Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you. So it's actually been a very productive area with staff, really working with the merchants and businesses in order to hear some of the many concerns that they have. But there has been a lot of improvement in terms of a lot of times we hear from the merchants that it's a cleanliness issue, it's a messy look, etc. And so staff has been really working on that. Public Works has been doing double cleanings and washing of the streets and sidewalks. And I know recently they've cleared away some of the broken news racks and also those that are not used. There is an effort in order to ensure that the garages are cleaned as well. And so there's that in the works. But I think one of the things that I wanted to say is that I think moving forward, there still needs to be determination through staff and with the merchants, and also the committee, what further define and hone in on what is near term, what is midterm, and what is long term. I think that's so important. With the near term, we still want economic development and revitalization to happen, but at the same time, we have to plan for all of those, but it still has to keep going. We recently, last month, had a study session on options for addressing retail vacancies in, here in downtown. And that was a very, very interesting as well as informative session, especially with property owners, property managers in the commercial field, just getting to know what are the prices in Burlingame, what are the prices over here. And even then, one of the panelists who actually handles property both in Burlingame and here actually mentioned that Palo Alto still have higher commercial lease prices. You know, that's something I think that warrants further questioning and also further research in order to determine whether that is or not, so that it can be something that we can have merchants address, property owners address. I do want to also ask that the Retail Ad Hoc Committee continue to include Midtown in its discussion, Midtown Business District. It is a neighborhood business shopping district, and it's really vital to the walkability and for neighbors to be able to access that business district. So I want to thank staff for their support this year on the Retail Committee and also my colleagues on the Retail Committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Yes, so I'd like to concur with Councilmember Koo on her comments, and I'm glad she brought up Midtown, even though it is smaller than the other two downtowns. It is the third downtown, really, and important. At the last meeting, which was a panel discussion study session, I think it was there that we, as she mentioned, we talked about near-term measures, and there have been a number of near-term measures taken, and I think we need to, staff has told us what those were, but really, I don't think that a lot of the businesses know that this package has been done, and the public doesn't, and I think this whole notion that we build off of successes is important, and to have people know that we're doing power washing like we hadn't before, and trash cleanup, and an annual deep power washing series in the garages that is different from the semi-weekly, and a whole set of measures that they explained to us. Then second, we talked about these medium-term measures that would be done between now and when we would go forward with this long-term plan. And I think that's one of the next real target things, is to figure out what those would be, and whether it's, you know, putting tree wells where they aren't, or certain sidewalks that are on side streets that are in bad shape, separate from the really extensive sidewalk widening and repaving. And as I think about it, it was actually at our council meeting that we discussed the medium term more. Lastly, the area that I wanted to ask staff about, because I had asked about this in recent months and it hasn't come to the council, is we have two things related to the CalAb that need to get to the council. One, I believe that we need to extend the closure, because it's not yet a permanent closure pending the environmental review of that, and that closure runs out pretty imminently, I thought, unless I misunderstand that. And maybe staff needs to check on that.
Correct. We need to double check. I believe we extended it, but we do need to.
I might have missed that.
On consent tonight.
Oh, on consent tonight.
Gotcha. Yes.
Okay, that's where I missed it. All right, thank you. But then the other thing is that we still don't have any permanent parklet opportunities. So we got another winter with tents there, and nobody likes them. The public doesn't like them. The retailers don't like them. They want to be able to invest in permanent parklets. We don't even let them build the parklets that we do downtown. Some of that was contingent in theory on, well, if we change any kind of a serpentine path through there, what size of parklet might be allowed at a given location. But the hope was that it would come to the council so that we could make that decision on whether to allow them to go forward with permanent parklets. And is there a plan to agendize that for the council? I know we had discussed this a couple months ago, and I thought it was going to come to the council before the end of this year. So that's a question for the city manager.
Yes, at our last report, I think we stated that this would be coming forward after the first of the year. We actually have, I'll call it construction, although it may be more installations that are going to be happening immediately after the holidays, including the planters to replace barriers and the like. So we wanted to get through that before moving on to discussion of the next steps.
Well, I look forward to those planters and a few other kind of nearer term measures that I think are real positive. I don't quite follow why it has to follow sequentially, that we have a policy discussion and perhaps decision and can't do that until after the planters are installed.
Yeah, quite frankly, it's a staff bandwidth issue in order to get through the work needed both for the immediate work as well as to prepare for the council discussion.
Okay, didn't think that was the same folks, but I think we need to get to this. We're a lot of years with tents, and the merchants are anxious to invest in permanent parklets. The community is anxious for that to be on the street, and I think it needs to get to the council so that we can decide whether we support that or not. Thanks.
Councilman Ku.
Just a quick question. So on El Camino, the left-hand turn going onto California Avenue, is the road work going to address that left-hand turn so that there's no more left-hand turn over there? Going
south.
Yes.
Yes. So I do think we're getting a little into the specifics rather than the committees themselves. I would say that staff has been working with Caltrans so that the new striping reflects the more permanent circumstance, but it's not a permanent installation because of Caltrans rules.
So I would like to urge that this is part of the discussion in the moving forward with the retail committee for Cal Ave, just simply because merchants have mentioned that the entry into Cal Ave is looking not really great, and that it looks more like a closed street.
So that is where the planters will be installed in replacement of the barriers.
And then there will be signage and everything, signage as well. So that's another thing to discuss moving forward.
Well, once again, we are operating under Caltrans constraints as a state highway. And so unfortunately, they will be temporary until there is a final legislative action to permanently close the street. So that's unfortunately just the constraint we're operating within.
All right. Further discussion or questions on the retail ad hoc? Seeing none, we'll move to our last ad hoc, the Stanford ad hoc. The no chair?
We don't have a chair, but I can start off and I hope my colleagues will join
Please,
in
thank you.
also. When we started this, it was a lot to do with finding out about housing here in the city of Palo Alto that Stanford owns and how our tax issues, property tax issues addressed, especially because they are a nonprofit and a lot of these are exempt from paying the city property tax. And so through that time, we have actually learned a lot from the Stanford representatives about how property taxes are addressed. I think that most everybody knows about Quarry Road, which was a much needed and have been a long-term discussion in terms of making it more accessible and safer for public transportation as well as for pedestrians and bicyclists. We've had a number of discussions. It has been very eye-opening and also a huge breakthrough in speaking to Stanford representatives and getting to know what are some of their visions, their long-term visions for, after all, they are a school. So what are their long-term visions? That they do want to work together with the city of Palo Alto. It's just that sometimes I think some of the things that they have ongoing is not really that visible to the people here in Palo Alto. So I think having it, there's a purpose for being an ad hoc, and there's more comfort for them to speak to the ad hoc committee. At the same time, I think the level of people not knowing what we're talking about might bring some consternation. In any regards, I do want the Stanford representatives to know that it has been a pleasure learning from them. Yes, we do have to continue that discussion and that collaboration. However, I think that there are certain issues that do need to be continued with the discussion, in particular housing and also Stanford Research Park. Last meeting, for the whole year, I've been asking about students going from Stanford and from Peter Coots Stanford campus that are going towards Fletcher and to Gunn High School, that there needs to be a safe route to school way or path through the research park. So I'm hoping, and I'm also looking forward to that being part of this, the discussion through the Stanford Ad Hoc Committee. I see kids riding through Page Mill in the mornings and in the afternoons, and it is quite a concern. So I look forward for the ad hoc to continue with that discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember.
Yes, just following up on Councilmember Koo's report. First, on the Stanford housing and the taxation issues, whereas kind of the future agreements, we didn't really negotiate on that. The good news is that the housing that Stanford has either brought forward or intends to propose for kind of the lower research park near El Camino between Page Mill and Hanson, is not intended to be restricted to Stanford workforce and staff, and as a result, it would not. My understanding is it would not be exempt from property tax. So it basically, that issue isn't boiling up. Second, now that we have the Quarry Road extension, we're beginning this whole process of what does that mean for the redesign of the circulation of the University Avenue train station area. And we have both the city and Stanford staff are working on that. Much of that bus circulation is actually VTA leased land and VTA buses. And so they are entering that. And then we have this VTA ad hoc committee that's all involved with it. So sorting out kind of how everybody works together, including Samtrans and AC Transit, is important, but that ball seems to be moving forward. And then it's noted here, as Councilmember Koo mentioned her concerns on the Bike and Ped Master Plan. I'd say at a higher level, we most recently just discussed the importance of engaging the research park and the university in our bicycle and pedestrian master plan that's ongoing right now. And the previous two Bike and Ped Master Plans had not really embraced their role as much as I think is warranted. And so we really encouraged thinking about these bike routes that go through Stanford and through the research park as being very much part of our plan, and not just thinking about what's in our own neighborhoods. And then as noted here on discussions on the climate action plan, there is kind of ongoing and upcoming discussions about upgrades to a substation in the research park that may actually have a battery storage capability there, if I recall correctly. And that covers it for me. Thank you.
Further questions or discussion on the Stanford ad hoc? Councilman Lifcott-Hames.
Thank you very much. I was a member of the ad hoc for the first half of the year and would just love the staff report to reflect that. Councilmember Koo replaced me, Councilmember Lowing replaced me in July. I would add that for me, the Stanford ad hoc is built on the potential for a better collaborative relationship with this university. And that was my joy, certainly in working on the ad hoc, as we focus on trying to get something going with Quarry Road and ultimately the voters delivered, as we think about housing in the research park or even at the shopping center, as we think about the multimodal center and what it could be, whether it's how the Red Cross building is being used now or even housing there in the future, whether it's the bike ped situation, whether it's being more effective at telling our joint history as entities that really grew up alongside each other, going back, to the 1890s. It's an exciting time to be working with Stanford, I think, as we all felt on our side of the track, so to speak. The Stanford leadership, the folks in charge in the various departments seem to be as eager to meet with us and find common ground as we are with them. And I think that's not something to be taken for granted. It might not always be that way. And so I hope we will be as effective as we can while we have the opportunity.
Councilman Koo?
Since it didn't come up, I wanted to also bring up that at this point, what the purpose of the establishment of the Stanford ad hoc committee, I think that's another thing that has to be discussed. Where do you go from now, moving forward, since the discoveries that we have looked for in our communication and open conversation with Stanford, is that sufficient, or is there more that needs to be discussed? But it does need to come to something. What is the next items that you're going to want to talk about and not be too open about it? And yes, correct, Councilmember Lifcott-Hames, that it is exciting, but I would say that I approach it with a cautious excited. I'm always cautious whenever we're in this kind of ad hoc situation where we're not including and bringing along the public for the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, I see no further lights. So that covers all the ad hocs. Any further discussion on any of the items? Councilman Lifcott-Hames.
I just want to say what an interesting hour, or however long this has been, 45 minutes. It's been a wonderful way to learn about the work of the city and the work of council. Really interesting report outs gave us a sense of a pretty broad scope of how our biggest priorities are being addressed on the council side. And so I just found it really interesting, and really thank you for putting this in place.
Councilman Baker.
I would echo that. And if there were time in our agendas, I wouldn't mind seeing that twice a year.
See no further lights. Well done, everyone. I think a very productive year of all the ad hocs. We'll turn it over to public comment on the study session.
There are no requests to speak and no hands are raised.
Thank you. Then we will close this item. We'll move to our consent calendar now. Items 5 through 25. Any public comment on the consent calendar?
We have 2 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Paul A. Paul, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, Paul Albritton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Paul Albritton. I'm outside counsel for Verizon Wireless, and we'd like to pull item 22. We don't think it's appropriate to throw out the objective standards for small cells that were carefully designed by the AAR, the Architectural Review Board and the City Council in 2019, and throw us back to some of the chaos that we had prior to that with disagreement between the ARB, the City Council, the CPAU, utilities requirements for poles, GO 95 state rules, FCC rules. We encourage you not to take that action tonight and refer the item back to staff to work with stakeholders to improve the objective standards as necessary or come up with some other kind of implementation. But just throwing the standards out for the next 2 years is going to be a tremendous drain on staff resources, working with the ARB, with applicants, with appeals, with the City Council, with every small cell coming up to you on appeal with unclear standards regarding CUP findings and architectural review findings, 14 findings. And we would encourage you to pull that item 22 for further discussion.
Our next speaker is Yvonne P.
Good evening. My name's Yvonne Pinto, and I represent Verizon Wireless as a municipal engagement partner. As such, I work for obviously one of the carriers affected by item 22, and I believe Paul took a little bit of my thunder, so I'll try not to repeat what he said. We would ask at this time that the item be removed. The current objective standards were based on a collaborative effort between the city and the industry. And we ask, in that vein of collaboration, we ask you again to work, to allow us to work with the city for amending the objective standards rather than repealing the standards and replacing those with subjective standards. Specific subjective standards are phrases like harmonious transitions and scale and stealth. When driving factors for many of these small cell items in the public right-of-way include height, clear line of sight, and topography. So objective standards are very necessary. I absolutely agree with Paul's statement that adoption of this ordinance would conflict with the FCC standards. It would cause prolonged appeals to the City Council, a drain on the staff, and resulting in the city missing the shot clock deadlines. Because the applications would be deemed approved. So in conclusion, we urge you to remove this item from the consent calendar and in the alternative, direct staff to recommend and work with wireless industry representatives to update the objective standards. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on consent calendar items 5 through 25.
Thank you. Do we have any no votes or requests to pull? Vice Mayor Lowing?
Request to pull 24.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yeah, I also want to pull 24 and 22 and no on 10, 13, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Request to pull 22 and 24.
Okay, do we have a request to, and Councilmember Vinker.
I'd also like to pull 22.
Okay, then 22 and 24 are pulled. Do we have a request to move the consent calendar? I'll move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you. Whenever the clerk is ready, call the vote.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your no votes?
Sure. So let's see, let's start with 10. So 10 is, my issue here is really around the staff report. So this is a $4 million contract or a series of contracts all bundled together. It didn't have what the rates of the contracts were before, so it's really hard to know how much of an increase this is. It was hard to know which was new versus old, but there was a link, so I did go through that. So I saw that there's a few old ones, but no indication about the performance. And it was pretty much impossible to know how much the rate increases were, because we only got ranges. 13 was the Clear consulting program. It was 2.5, or actually about almost $2.6 million. And this is trying to reduce the amount of carbon output from our small and medium businesses. And just to give you guys a point of reference, at the current costs and results of this program, it's $27,000, over $27,000 per megaton. Just as a point of reference, how much if you paid on the carbon trading marketplace, most in terms of cost per megaton is usually about $190, maybe $35 to $190 per megaton. So at $27,000, this is the most incredibly inefficient program ever. And so I cannot support such an underperforming program. It's basically 140 times higher than the EPA's social cost of carbon, 270 times higher than California's carbon market price, and 50 to 100 times higher than a typical building decarbonization program. So it is a real lemon of a program. And then six, yeah, one part of it, which is building a dark fiber, I'm actually supportive of, but it's all bundled together. The other part of it, building fiber to the premise, I think makes no sense. I think we're too late. We're 10 years too late. I think AT&T and Comcast, whoever has already done it, might have it at my house already. So I think we're too late to do fiber to the premise. So I don't think we should throw good money after bad. And then 17, my problem with 17 is it wasn't using competitive bidding. It used a reference from San Mateo, but it didn't include the comparison. And also it was like 8 years old, so it's a very old reference. So to me, we should have just done a request for proposal and get 3 bids or something like that, versus just doing no bids and just using like an 8-year-old reference point. And then 18. So this is basically raising the hourly rates from $135 per hour to $200 per hour. So this is about a 48% increase. So that's a lot, right? That's way past the rate of inflation. And another big issue I have with this is that this is often used for double dipping, where employees of the city will retire, get very healthy pensions, and then come back to the city and get a super high hourly rate. And I think it looks bad. I think a increase this bad is a lot. And also, it just compounds the double dipping impact of retirees that come back to the city and get paid double. So I can't support that either. That's all I had. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn it over to the city manager then for the 2 removed items, and then you can continue on with your city manager comments.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Well, as per your procedures, we will agendize both those items for an upcoming agenda. Don't have specific dates yet, but we'll get that to the council as soon as we do. With that, thanks, City Clerk. Just have a few items to review. Next slide, please. First off, want to acknowledge, and hopefully everyone received the emergency alert from the city of Palo Alto last Thursday. I believe it was Thursday, the 12th at 12 noon. As interestingly enough, that as a result, both of this test, as well as general awareness of the emergency alert system, that we've seen this, as noted here, increase of 7,000 contacts, over a base of 17,000, which is really excellent level of response, and appreciate the engagement of community members. Really points out hopefully some value that people are seeing by doing these tests, as well as other calamities happening around the world, such that I think we all appreciate the importance of emergency alert systems. Once again, just want to note for anyone who has not yet signed up that you can get information on signing up and the system itself, cityofpaloalto.org/alert SCCFAQ. Next slide, please. Then want to review just briefly holiday hours at city facilities and programs. In particular, want to note that many of the city's featured programs and facilities will be open and available throughout the holidays, again, subject to weather, but nonetheless providing excellent opportunities for quality time with family and friends, including our open space preserves, golf course, Mitchell Park, Rinconada libraries, as well as the Palo Alto Junior Museum and Zoo. Do also want to note availability of general services that we will have the city, all city facilities will be closed on the Christmas and New Year's holidays, while noting that our City Hall lobby help desk will be available on other days, as noted here, regular hours 8 to 12 and 1 to 5, as well as other lobby services available either by appointment or with limited window hours, and that limited inspection services, building inspection services will also be provided. Next slide, please. Want to note our Safe Streets Action Plan that has been ongoing now for a while, but really opening up for a draft and review of that draft on Valentine's Day, or no, closing on Valentine's Day, but it's now open and available for community comments that will then lead to review by various commissions and the council in this spring. Information here, cityofpaloalto.org/safe streets for all. Next slide, please. And similarly, in fact, Councilmember Koo raised last week a question about ongoing construction work at Churchill and Alma. Would note that at this point, the work has been paused through the remainder of the holidays, really out of coordination with Caltrain and Caltrain operations. So the active work at this crossing will resume on January 6th, involving a number of improvements at the intersection with the expectation that work will all be concluded by March. So once again, no work will occur between now and January 6th. And then once that proceeds, it will be concluded by March. So for general community awareness. Next slide, please. Then also want to plug our Uplift Local holidays, local business support, both through our website as well as, again, promotions being provided by local businesses throughout town, upliftlocal.org/holidays for gift and event ideas. Next slide, please. And then finally, just noting your January lineup, starting with your reorganization meeting on the 6th, then your first business meeting on January 13th. Then the following meeting will be on Tuesday, January 21st, then your council retreat on Saturday, January 25th. And with that, Mayor, that concludes my comments.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, that brings us to our break. See how my colleagues are feeling. See, no need. Okay, if you need a break, feel free, but we will continue on then to, we have two action items. First one, item 26, Policy and Services Committee recommendation to adopt a policy to reimburse council members up to $2,000 a year from the city council contingent account for technology resources and other actual and necessary expenses. Welcome, staff.
Great. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Chantel Cotton Gaines, and I'm joined by Mark Vani, our Assistant City Attorney. The item that is in front of you this evening is a recommendation coming from the Policy and Services Committee. It passed out of committee at a 2-1 vote, so it's here for the discussion amongst the City Council. For awareness, this item came from your review of your Procedures and Protocols Handbook in 2023. It was one of about 8 referral items you gave to the committee. The committee made discussions on it and had more discussions earlier this year. And so in March of this year, the committee reviewed it some more, and the item is coming to you today after they have reviewed it and came up with a few recommendations for how the program could be set up and policy-wise. And so we have a few slides that we will run you through just to orient you to the material, but we will also leave room for Chair Koo to offer any additional thoughts on behalf of the committee. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Mark.
All right, good evening, everyone. So we'll start with the first slide. So as Chantal mentioned, I'm here today to discuss a recommendation from the Policy and Services Committee to adopt a policy to reimburse council members up to $2,000 per year for technology resources and expenses paid out of the City Council Contingency Fund. Next slide. So just some background. Section 17 of the City Charter states that compensation may be paid to council members in amounts not to exceed those provided by state law. And state law puts caps on council member salaries. Now, with the relatively recent salary increase to council members, a reimbursement policy could not be structured as a direct stipend, as that would bring the council above its salary limits authorized under state law. A direct stipend is considered salary, whereas reimbursement is not. So the government code, sections 5232.2 and 0.3 does authorize reimbursement for members of the council for actual and necessary expenses incurred in the performance of their official duties. Those sections require a written policy setting out what is reimbursable, as well as other documentary requirements such as receipts that are subject to the Public Records Act to support the expenditure. Next slide. So first, the proposed policy, which is attached to the staff report, would allow for reimbursement of technology purchases. This would include computer hardware, software, and online subscription services like Zoom and things like that. And under the proposed policy, if the item is exclusively used for official use, then the council member would be entitled to 100% reimbursement. However, the item would need to be returned to the city at the end of the term unless the city manager decided that the item was no longer needed. If the item is for personal and official use, so mixed use, reimbursement of 25% is authorized, and this 25% partial rate of reimbursement is intended to establish a reasonable estimate of official use for devices or services for personal and official use, where precise accounting of the difference between the two uses would be impractical or impossible. Next slide. So the proposed policy would also allow reimbursement of cell phone usage up to 25% of the monthly cost. Again, the 25% partial rate of reimbursement is intended to establish a reasonable estimate of official cell phone use where precise accounting between what is official and what is personal is impractical or impossible. And so these are the only two items that are authorized for reimbursement of the proposed policy. However, the policy would allow the council to approve other unenumerated expenses if they're actually incurred, are necessary, and a council member were to request reimbursement. And to note, this reimbursement policy is distinct and separate from the city's travel reimbursement policy. So we're not touching that. This is specific to technology purchases and cell phone use. So consistent with the referral, the total reimbursement would be capped at $2,000 per council member per year, payable out of the city council contingency fund. There would be no carry forward to the next year if it's not used in that calendar year. So you can't bank your reimbursement and use it for, in a subsequent year for $4,000 reimbursement. It's a use it or lose it type policy. And then the next slide. So in accordance with the government code, all claims for reimbursement will need to be supported with documentation and submitted using the city's official expense reports. And those need to be submitted within 60 days of incurring the expense. The documentation that would be required or may need to be required for each expenditure could be a summary level receipt in lieu of a detailed or itemized receipt. That might be acceptable, but it would depend on the nature of the request. As I mentioned previously, the documentation that is submitted is subject to the Public Records Act, as well as subject to audit. And then approved reimbursements would be processed within 30 days. And so this proposed policy aims to balance the flexibility and convenience of a stipend, which is not feasible given the council's salary constraints, with the government code requirements that expenses be actual, necessary, and supported by documentation. Next slide. So the recommendation before you today is up on the slide, essentially asking that you adopt the attached policy. And that concludes my presentation, and I'll leave it back to the council for further discussion.
Yeah. Actually, just wanted to add one note. We distributed at places the staff report for the March Policy and Services Committee discussion. That was the point at which we provided a number of examples from other agencies. So you can see that there are a variety of similar policies that surrounding cities have implemented. Most of, or many of the agencies are focused on travel, so that's similar to what we already have. But that said, Mountain View and Sunnyvale in particular does include other direct expenses such as the type that are being described here. So if nothing else, I think it should provide some comfort to the council that you're not blazing a new trail here, that we do have other agencies that do similar types of reimbursement.
Right. Thank you. Councilwoman Coos, Chair of PMS, anything you wanted to add?
No, I think staff has everything, mentioned everything. I think there's one more, which was council members, or perhaps the subject about assistants or interns were brought up. You know, that's something that needs to be discussed, because I can't imagine how council would have staff, you know, if they're paid, their staff, but then there's also liabilities and also confidential material that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Staff said that it was a 2-1 vote, so I don't remember, was it me? Okay, it was me with the no. Yeah, I have, you know, I guess I won't talk about my thoughts, but more that this staff has presented what was discussed in policy and services. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have our council discussion then after public comments. Let's go to public comment first.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowry, and council members. My comments are under the subject of what a former department head referred to as the Department of Unintended Consequences. Essentially, what you're doing in lieu of getting a raise is asking for some of your city work to be reimbursed. This is important because now, if you get a request, as you had in the recent past, for communications under the Public Records Act on a particular subject, including what's on the council members' personal phones, the reply from staff was, well, they didn't have a mechanism for doing that themselves, and they had to depend upon the honor system of each council member going through their phone and seeing whether they had such communications. Now, what's essentially these devices, computers, phones, are essentially the city's devices and phones that you happen to have in your possession. At that point, you get a similar request. The city, as a city, is an obligation, and not depending upon each council member meeting the requirements, but it's the city to check its computers that it's paying for and its phones that it's paying for. So that should be maybe of a concern to you. The second thing is in taking what you can't have as salary, have it as in lieu expenses. I want to remind you that, you know, not far from now, you will be asking the voters to approve a bond measure. And what they would have would be the entire history of the current council members who had started with salary at one level and kept on increasing it, and then also adding on to it various expenses. And that may be something that would affect people's vote when you're asking them to tax themselves for some other project. Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment on action item 26.
Thank you. All right, back to the dais. Vice Mayor.
Yes, I have a number of questions. The first one is, I'd like to know what was evaluated for inclusion in this list of expenses to be covered, but then rejected? And why? I guess Councilmember Koo referenced staff assistant or assistants, but were there any others?
So, speaking for myself as policy and services and why I voted no on this. For the most part, we have a reimbursement system and a procedure that is pretty clear. If technology is something that the council members would like reimbursement for, I think they can submit their expense and have reimbursement provided if it falls within the categories that's accepted by the city. So I think that was one of the only thing that we reviewed, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's mostly to do with technology. Council members, policies and services members, committee members also mentioned that, you know, they conduct Zoom meetings and they have a Zoom account in order to interact with their interested parties or constituents. And, you know, on such matters, I think that there does need to be a level of scrutiny, but also if it's submitted for reimbursement, there shouldn't be a problem. Same for phones, as well as computers and laptops, or what is the Apple one called?
Yeah, those are, all that's listed here. I was just wondering if there were things that you brought up and discussed and then said, no, that shouldn't be in there, which if there's none, that's fine.
I don't think so.
I would just offer very briefly, the discussion actually lasted over a very long series of time for Policy and Services Committee. I think a few of you were also on Policy and Services when we had the initial discussions. The original referral that came from the city council was just, are there things that the council members could be reimbursed for? That was a pretty broad question. And so as we looked into some of the laws around it, as Mr. Vani referenced, we realized that there were narrow categories in which we would not run into sort of more hurdles. And I will let Mr. Vani speak to those himself, without us hitting at additional compensation and things of that sort.
Okay.
And so technology and the expenses around cellular devices were one that we knew was very narrow and very defensible for the city as a area that we knew that we could offer for the city council.
Okay, for one thing is I thought it was curious that you didn't list printers and printer ink, which is insanely expensive, and even paper. That seems like another technical tool.
Yeah, I mean,
I spent more on ink a year for business, not just for personal stuff, than I do for my phone.
No, understood. I think in computer hardware, I think that would be included in that.
Yeah, so maybe that should be specified. And then my next question back over the committee was, why 2,000 instead of any other number? I mean, overall, by the way, this is a $14,000 issue that we're having a debate about. So let's all keep that in mind. But I'm just curious as to where that number ended up, why that number ended up there.
That number came from the city council when it went to the committee. So the initial discussion came as we were speaking of the city council contingency funding and adding a little bit more flexibility around the use of that fund with allowing the mayor to make those small allocations. So that was one piece of that discussion, and that piece of the policy was adopted. And then the question of whether we should allow council members to be able to have this additional reimbursements on the side was a second referral. And the limitation that the council set for policy and services was the $2,000 pulled from within the existing city council contingency funding.
Okay, then cut me off when I should be cut off here. But I want to just go through this shared use. I was trying to debate for council members, is it better to use a shared use of their own equipment or buy another one? I think it's going to be more expensive for the city if we have them supply it. But on shared use, if I buy a cell phone, which I guess at some point in the term, I don't know if it has to be in the first year or second year, you can initiate it because your phone broke. That's not in there, which I think it should be, the frequency, you know, per term, once a term or something like that. But if I buy a cell phone for, I made these numbers up, I don't know what cell phones cost, for $400, which is probably low, then I can expense that at $400. But if I can expense 25% of that or all of that? All of that, right?
If the cell phone is going to be used exclusively for city business, then you can expense all of that. Yes.
But if I share a phone that I'm using, then I only take 25% of my bill.
Right. And 25% of the device as well. So there's the purchase of the device. If you're going to use it for official business, you could submit reimbursement for that. And then you could also submit for the ongoing monthly expense of the cellular bill.
But if a council member comes into office with a cell phone and they just say, I'll stick with it, then you don't get any compensation for the hardware that you're using.
Yes, there would be, if there would be no compensation for the hardware, but there would be compensation for the monthly usage of the bill.
Right. I'm wondering if this actually makes the council member have an incentive to spend the city's money. Because if I come in with my phone and I say, I'm just going to use it, well, I've got a good cheapo phone bill at $50 a month. So I'd be deducting $12 a month. I wouldn't even bother to put an expense report for $12 a month. But if I get a nice new iPhone, maybe that's an incentive. So I don't know. I'm just a little concerned about that. Might not be balancing it equally. I mean, maybe somebody using their own phone should assume that the useful life is 4 years and deduct 25. I don't know. I don't want to get too complicated. That's another goal I know that the committee had. So I appreciate that. I don't know. It's just and the same thing with a computer. You're just on a computer. If you use your own, you're not really getting anything for that. You're just using your own. Whereas I kind of need a new computer and I can get the city to buy it. And after 4 years, no one's going to really want a 4-year-old computer back. So there's a bit of an incentive here to buy hardware. Again, it's limited to 14,000 for the 7 of us. So that may be the way that you control that. But I just felt like it was a bit of a loophole. And I do think you should specify the frequency with which you can purchase an item. Is it, one phone and one computer per term or something like that? Again, just to put a cap on it. Then procedurally, in the staff report, you talked about tech tools and other, but when you actually get to the verbiage in the council memorandum, you only talk about the tech tools. So there's not the other is not defined there in terms of what else is going to be involved. It just doesn't specify. It seems to me that you need some revisions in the actual handbook.
Yeah, I'm not following that. Are you referring to the technology purchases, or there is a provision under the policy for things that are not enumerated that maybe a council member might want to get reimbursed for, and that would allow the council to approve that expenditure.
I won't take up the time with that detail now, but I might just send you something from the packet. And then the other thing I wanted to mention is that you're wanting essentially monthly reports within 60 days of incurring the expense. And for everybody concerned, those of us sitting here and whoever's going to process this, it seems like doing these expenses quarterly makes a lot more sense, which would mean, and then you do it 30 days after the end of a quarter as opposed to 60 days after the end of the month. So we don't only have to do it 4 times a year. You don't only have to process it 4 times a year. So I think you should add that. That's all for now. Thank you.
And those changes regarding quarterly would be doable. Our administrative services department is sort of nodding in the back if that's something council wanted to do.
For what it's worth, I'd offer I'll say this one who does expenses all the time, that personally I find doing it monthly establishes a routine. Doing it quarterly means I forget. So again, it's I think subject to the individual, but I think there is some logic behind the monthly cadence.
Okay, others? Councilmember Burt?
Yeah. I'm struggling with this because if we already incur an expense for personal use and we have no incremental cost because we're also using it for council use, our phones or our laptops. I'm just struggling with whether that should be something that the city reimburses in part. I'm recalling that about 10 years ago, the city offered and provided council members with tablets. And I can't remember whether they had an option, a tablet or a computer or whatever. And that practice went by the wayside, maybe because certainly as a second computer, council members didn't want to lug around two computers. Any insights on that from the city manager?
You know, I think it might have also been an attempt to go paperless. And then since that also went by the wayside, I think the ultimately decided to go away from the iPads as the platform and allow more freedom of choice.
So, well, actually at the time it allowed the council to either get paper or get electronically, or if they wanted, they could get both, but they generally chose one or the other. But if a council member wanted a city electronic device, like a staff member has, is a council member eligible to request that?
We don't currently do that, but that is an alternative. Effectively, it's somewhat either or. If we're doing the reimbursement versus having a city device, the same could apply either for a laptop or for phones. But again, as one who carries a city phone, I'll tell you, there's some just baggage that comes associated with that as well.
Yeah, and as I think about kind of what are those actual incremental costs, I don't have it with my electronic devices because it doesn't charge me more if I take a city call. Oddly, what the vice mayor talked about on printing, yeah, that is an incremental cost, but I'd hate to have to account for that. And I think it's a diminishing return. So then I was struggling with, well, what actual expense might I have that would be easily discernible? And it's maybe a Zoom account. That's $150 a year. I don't have my own Zoom account because you get a 40-minute free one. It's only if you want over 40 minutes and you don't have somebody on the other end of that meeting who has a full Zoom account. And but other than that, I couldn't come up with much. And I just, I've been hearing this, well, we're constrained by under state law, although I guess we as a charter city could have some way to go to voters or whatever if we want to increase that. But setting that aside for the moment, I kept hearing references to, well, we can't compensate council members more than what we're getting, which is the result of 2 increases in the last 2 years, I think it is, or so, to get up significantly higher than we previously were. We still work a lot of hours and it's not a big salary at all. But this just feels like we're trying to work around that state limit and creating a lot of complexity for no real good reason. And, if there was something like a city use Zoom account that a council member needs, I'd have no problem with that as compensation. The rest of this, I just think it's trying to find a way to provide additional compensation versus actually compensating for real additional expenses that we have as a result of this job. And I'm a little uncomfortable with kind of the reasoning and intent behind this. So that's where I stand.
Councilman Vinker.
I don't feel wildly strongly about this. It's 14 grand, as you mentioned, or 2 grand to each of us. For those of us that don't even make minimum wage at this job, I don't think we do it for the money, any of us. It never frankly occurred to me that this was a way to get us more money. I think it's just sort of a fairness type thing. I think in terms of the additional cost, so, we all have different practices. And so I kind of like the simplicity of the proposal. So for me, I don't get paper packets. Everything I do is on this machine. the extra wear and tear as I beat the hell out of this thing, dragging it everywhere, is definitely costing me something. I had to replace the battery recently. I need a lot more charged things because I take it everywhere I go. That's how I do it. Ed, meanwhile, is spending a lot of money on printer ink. I don't do that, but you do. I don't want to get into what each of us do, but I think there's absolutely some incremental cost. And that's why I like just kind of picking the number 25%. Even just the hassle of intermingling it with all of our private accounts. I think I have 4 or 5 different ones coming to each of my devices, and the city one adds one. For me, I don't know what the right number is either, but I definitely know it's non-zero. And I don't think any of us are getting rich at $2,000 a year. And I think that different years you'll have different things. So, one year it might be you need to replace a computer. The next year I bought an external camera because when I Zoom with people here, my built-in camera wasn't doing very well. In fact, it failed and started not lighting properly. So I went and bought that. I think as long as we keep it modest, it's appropriate.
Any others? Councilman Lithcott Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm on the committee and participated in this lengthy conversation at that time. And I think the word that hasn't been spoken tonight on the dais is equity, and I just want to bring that in. Certainly, my perspective has been equity. That is, how do we ensure that people from various walks of life can consider this opportunity to serve the city as a council member. So I take an interest in what the hourly wages or the stipend. I take an interest in this issue of potential reimbursement for reasonable expenses incurred on behalf of the city. And for me, it comes down to something that I'm not sure is before us. The committee recommended 25% or 100% if it's entirely for the city. To me, 25 isn't enough, right? I think my usage, my laptop, my cell phone, my Zoom account is half the city and half non-city. And it gets to, why should the city benefit from the fact that I've bought all this equipment that, enables me to do my city work? So it's just, it's trying to get at, what is that, nobody should be out of pocket for the work of the city, particularly when the compensation is so small. I would hate for anybody to, looking at people who are in the lower socioeconomic bands, I'm really not speaking about myself here. I'm trying to envision who's not here and how can we ensure that, we're reducing the obvious financial barriers to, doing this wonderful work. So I like the idea of everybody's got Ed's using a lot of ink and Vicky's dragging her laptop around, and maybe for me it's a Zoom account and my cell phone bill. I like the idea of piloting this and seeing what the usage is, and then learning from it and deciding whether we want to keep it or whether it was a waste of time, whether it's more work than it's worth. Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Coop.
Thank you. That's interesting hearing everybody's perspective. Thank you so much. I wanted to add also that, and this is 14,000 from the contingency fund, but then there's also the discussion that is going to be coming back later about increasing council member stipends, and so I do want to, well, it's already increased, if I understand it, right? Yeah, it's already increased. And then there's the consideration of should it be even higher at that point, which goes to the, which will go to the voters. But, I think that, so, whichever way it's decided, I think that, we just have to put that into perspective. And if, yeah, we just have to put it in perspective, the amount of money that we're going to be using. I'm not going to be here, so it doesn't matter to me. but I joined council because it's a public service. So, ink, printer, laptop, I've changed it twice now because of crashes, but I can't determine whether it's city or, I mean, and I know IT has improved greatly, so, but it's public service. So, thank you.
Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, so, I'm trimming out, so I'm not going to benefit from this. So I don't really have a horse in the game here, but I'll speak on kind of my observations. So first of all, as you guys know, I didn't vote for higher salaries. I didn't do this for the money. We certainly don't make minimum wage here, although I guess maybe in the future people will, but not right now we don't. And I never did as a council member or on a planning commission, anything else I ever did. So, but that's not why I'm doing it. So I think that's okay. But I do think that it's not right to expect people, even if they are elected, even if they do this for the benefit of society, to then again also spend money out of their own pocket. And as you guys probably know, I have office hours every Sunday. In fact, I live stream it. And in fact, the only way you could live stream it is if you pay for it. You cannot live stream a free version. Otherwise, I would have done that. But no, you cannot. You have to pay for it. So if you want to know, why I pay for my Zoom, it's because of that. And I don't live stream anything else but my office hours. So this is the only reason why I pay for it. And I did ask the mayor at the time, hey, can I expense this, right? Because I thought I use it only for the city. And mainly because I think of political purposes, I'm on maybe not the same political meaning, it was denied. And so I don't want council members in the future to be penalized because of their political views or what they say. They should be able to be working independently. And so I think this policy makes sense. I don't think we're talking about a relatively low amount of money. We don't want expenses to be used to lever over people. I think that makes no sense. It's not right. I can think of lots of other expenses I use. I use ChatGPT. I use it all the time. In fact, I encourage all the council members to use ChatGPT, including staff. I think that'd be really good. But there's a whole host of other expenses that we could use to do our jobs better. And I think we should use technology to do our jobs better. We owe it to the public. We, for the most part, we're doing this out of the goodness of our heart because we're certainly not paid much to do it. And so I think, and Palo Alto is kind of like the city of technology. So I think we should definitely encourage it. Staff should be using it. And this should not be used as a political weapon because I felt it was. And that's also why I feel strongly on it and why, even though I'm not going to benefit from it, I think it should be simple. It shouldn't be political. It shouldn't be something that the mayor holds over a council member's head. And also, I think that if staff actually has quite a bit of power because they have resources, they have equipment, they have, things that they could pay for, but as council members, we don't. And I think this helps balance the power. So I think we should be able to use this to serve the city better. So even though I'm not going to benefit from it, even though, as you guys know, I'm pretty tight on expenses, I do think that this is a fairly minimal amount. It's $14,000, and I think balances the power and it takes out the politics of expenses.
Thank you, Councilmember Tanaka. To be clear, I was not the mayor that rejected those expenses. I have just a few questions, mostly just around the non-technology policy, because it's really vague. I feel doesn't provide any guidance for council members. So the process would be the council member would have to receive approval by the full council for a non-technology reimbursement. So how would they make that request? It then goes on to, is there any gatekeeping function there? It then goes on to a consent calendar, the full council approves it, and then that council member would go out and make the purchase. I mean, can you walk us through that?
Sure. Well, if the council member were to, say, let's say for the sake of an argument, maybe it's like a vehicle or something, or a bicycle, right? They needed a bicycle to get back and forth from council meetings. That's just an example. And they wanted to submit that for reimbursement. Well, we would have to develop a process for that, but it probably could follow a similar process that we would establish for the technology purposes, meaning it would go to administrative services first for review. And since it's not covered by the policy, it would then need to be put on an agenda for council approval. It could go on consent. I think the council member would have to make some sort of offer of proof as to why this expenditure was necessary for official business, and then the council would then have to make a determination as a body whether or not this is something that they would be comfortable using city funds to reimburse the council member for. And they could do it, and I could add too that they could do it in batches, once every 6 months. If this is something that does occur, we could have a particular time when purchases would go to council. So we would have to develop a process though if it was something that came up.
Okay, and that would have to meet that kind of standard of, I can't remember the language, but basically being really necessary for the job.
Correct.
Okay. And then remember there being some discussion at Policy and Services, I think the chair brought it up earlier about reimbursement for intern work. That doesn't seem like that would fit within this policy, so that's not really being considered here.
No, we dropped the footnote in the staff report about that. That's something that as an additional layer of complexity that would need to be discussed separately from this and not appropriate for this type of policy.
Yep, perfect. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I really don't have a strong preference either way. I mean, I agree with what some of my colleagues have said. The expenses that would be reimbursable under this policy, I would have purchased my cell phone and my cell phone bill and my computer regardless. But also that doesn't mean that there aren't some expenses that I haven't incurred that I might, if this policy was in place, like the Zoom account. Like I've always used the 40-minute one, but there have been times where it would have been nice to have the purchased one. I might go ahead and buy it, or there are some other subscriptions as well that makes sense. And I agree with Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, just because the 7 of us might be able to handle some of these expenses. That doesn't mean future council members might not. And so I think we need to consider that as well. So I could go either way. I think I'm leaning in at adopting this policy. I also think the $2,000 per member is not much, and I think there are sufficient safeguards with the public records request and other things that will keep council members from being responsible and really not maxing out that $2,000 a year. So those are my thoughts, and we go another round, see if we can get to motions. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just a couple of ads. First of all, let's make sure we're all on the same page with regard to what compensation is happening next year. People are saying, do we get 2 raises or 3? We got 1 that starts next year. And it was consistent with a new Senate bill that matched up with the appropriate compensation for the size of the city. So it was actually matched to a state law, and there was only 1 raise. I don't get too excited about the percentage increase. I get excited about the Senate recognizing that there are some responsibilities based on the size of the city, and they put that into place. And we as a council chose to follow that. So just for the public record, I wanted to point that out. I'm actually impressed with the variety of possible options for use of this that the 7 of us came up with. I don't really print that much that it's going to take this much money, but I do print probably more than many. But I just use that as an example because I wanted to make sure that there were other things that were included, including all the printer stuff, and maybe even a printer. But I think that shows the variety of needs that might come up and the different ways that we do our work. And so I think that sort of substantiates the need for something. I'm absolutely certain I won't use $2,000 a year, but that doesn't mean somebody else might need that. And as we looked at the equity issue in the matching to the Senate rule, so we should look at the equity issue in is this are we asking someone who doesn't have the means to actually shell out money for a computer to do their work? And I think that's important to be included. So I think this, as I said at the beginning of this whole debate, it's only $14,000. If the consensus is that we should go lower than that, but have it above that, okay. But we probably beat this up enough for this size of number. Thanks.
Anyone like to make a motion? Councilman Lithcott Haynes.
I'll move the recommendation from Policy and Services that the city council adopt a policy authorizing council members to receive reimbursement up to $2,000 per calendar year for technical resources or other actual necessary expenses incurred in the performance of official city duties.
I'll second it.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I already have. I left out the part that referenced the attached language. I think the pertinent part there being some reimbursements are 100% if it's entirely for the city and some are 50%. I don't think I need to say that in this motion. Okay.
I would recommend that you have a frequency of purchase, perhaps limited to one of the same hardware item per term or something like that.
I think, so do you want to make that as an amendment?
Yeah.
Okay.
If that's okay with the maker.
Yeah, just for hardware with the kind of things you're buying that are more expensive that you don't need to buy.
Yeah, if you buy a
every year.
computer and you beat it up and you need a new one in 2 years, that's not the city's problem. Right.
So what is the amendment specifically?
Each council member can only purchase one respective piece of hardware at a max per term. That translates to they could buy a computer and a phone, and if it broke or wore out in the 5th year in a second term, they could do it again.
I think we should look at you.
I didn't know it's done.
The parentheses.
It is, you should have a look at that language and see if that works for staff.
Yeah, I think you can say per 4-year council term.
Yeah.
Just so that someone doesn't interpret it as the term of the device or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I wanted to offer one clarification. One of the questions that Council or Vice Mayor Lowing referenced was about sort of printing and if that was clearly included in the policy. So we were glancing at the text, and in the authorized expenses section, it references communication. So it seems like something like printing would be included there, but we want to make it clear that that wouldn't include political materials of sorts that are not covered in your day-to-day role as council members. So for the record, we think that that is already included within that authorized expenses section. So you don't need to denote any specific thing, but wanted to have that on the record.
Great. Good correction. Thanks.
Okay. I see no lights for discussion on the motion. Let's take the vote.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Finker,
Yes.
Councilmember Ku,
No.
Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's move on now to our last action item, item 27, approval of CAO committee recommendation to direct the city manager or their designee and council appointed officer committee chair Lowing to negotiate renewal of the contract with Baker Tilly for audit services through June 30th, 2026, with an option to renew for 2 years. Turn it over to staff.
Good evening, Mayor. Sandra Blanche, HR Director. I'm here this evening to speak in regards to the City Auditor Internal Services contract. I'd like to point out that on the line we have City Auditor Kate Murdoch, as well as the Baker Tilly Managing Director, Chris Kalafatis. So they're here to answer any questions or add to the discussion. The Baker Tilly contract, the term ends in June of 2025. In May of this year, City Council formally appointed Kate Murdoch as the Baker Tilly city auditor. As you all know, the city auditor is a city council appointed position. Because the contract term is in June of next year, the Council Appointed Officers Committee met on November 13th to review and discuss options available to contract for the internal audit services. The options considered were a contract extension, renegotiation, or to issue a request for proposals. The CAO committee unanimously proposed for council to give direction to the city manager or his designee, as well as the CAO committee chair, Ed Lawing, to renew and refine the terms for a contract amendment with Baker Tilly. They directed that they recommended that the duration of the contract amendment should be 1 year, ending June 30th, 2026, and to negotiate an option to renew for 2 years. And in addition, align the city auditor performance review with the other CAO evaluation process. That ends my presentation. Back to you, Mayor and CAO Chair Lawing.
Thank you. And no report from CAO Chair? No? Then we'll turn it over to public comment.
Our first speaker is Herb B.
Mayor Stone, Vice Mayor Lowing, and council members. I don't believe it's appropriate, given the charter language, for the city manager or a designee of the city manager to be involved in negotiating a contract for the city auditor function. When the council, the voters adopted the council manager system of government in 1950, we didn't have an auditor, we had a controller who had the finance function. So that the person, spending the city manager spending money wasn't the one writing those checks. So we had a control that the money was being spent properly. When a subsequent city manager wanted that finance function reporting to the city manager, it meant amending the charter to eliminate a separate controller position. And the managers, allies, and the council felt the best way to get the voters to approve that would be to replace the controller as an auditor, a city auditor, who had a job that cannot be combined with that of the city manager. So if the CAO committee or its chair needs assistance in negotiating the contract, just as you get consultants to help you in search, you can do that as well. The contractor is required to file a statement of economic interest, and I noted that Kate Murdoch did file her assuming office statement. And if there were changes in that, it should be clear in any contract that's required to comply with that Political Reform Act. Also, for your all council appointed officers, you do have goals that you agreed to set with them, and I guess KPI, key performance indicators, And it seems to me those should not be secret. You can discuss what they should be in closed session, but once they are determined for each CIO, each of those is a reportable action, so that when you do evaluations, so you can provide them in the agenda, and so that people who come to you before you go into closed session to speak can respond and comment upon performance or evaluation based upon those goals and key performance indicators. Or they can say you should have other KPIs, or you should have other goals. But in the absence of that, the idea of having public comment before you go into closed session and evaluations is sort of strange, because people are talking about something other than what you may be evaluating the city council appointed officers on. So the main thing, I believe, is it is inappropriate to have the city manager or someone
Your time is
reporting
up.
to him involved in these negotiations.
That concludes public comment on action item 27.
All right, back to council. Any questions, discussion, or motions? Councilmember Burt?
I'll move the recommendation.
I'll second.
Would you like to speak to your motion?
Nope.
Speak to your second?
Nope.
Any discussion on the motion? Councilman Tanaka?
Yeah, I thought the public speaker had a good question. So, I mean, how involved is the city manager in selecting the auditor? Because I think it should be totally independent. So I don't know if you have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, the motion says the city manager or their designee and the council appointed officers committee chair. So I think that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I think that the public speaker had good comments. So I think the city manager should be out of it and should just be the CAO.
And the auditor reports to the council.
Yeah, that's
basically.
right.
So there's no.
Oh, I know that. That's not
direct
direct, but it
report to
just,
the
I think it's a good point that it should be independent. And because the auditor is auditing the city manager, right? So it's kind of weird for the city manager to be involved. I think that's a correct observation.
Councilmember?
Yes, so I actually think that language may not accurately reflect the respective roles. It's my understanding that the HR director would be supporting on a technical level the tasks that would be carried out by the CAO committee chair, as opposed to that they would be selecting the auditor collectively or in partnership.
I think that's certainly correct. In terms of the technical role, that really is a good description of the staff role here, which is simply to ensure that the form of the agreement and that it includes all of the standard provisions and administratively is worked through the system. Not really, yes, and nothing more substantive than that. And also for clarification, the resulting agreement will come back to the city council for approval.
So I would actually like to modify the wording of the motion to clarify what I think we all understand, which is that direct the chair of the council appointed officers committee with technical support from really the HR director to do the following. Is that good with a seconder?
That was exactly what I was going to ask the question on in terms of Ms. Blanche
So is that
providing
good with
support.
a
That's
seconder?
a yes to your second.
You're good.
Yes. Thank you.
So, well, I'm sorry if I might as a practical matter, we'll have not only HR, but procurement and city attorney's office will all be involved. So maybe
Okay.
staff more
Yeah.
generally.
Okay, Human Resources Director and appropriate city staff. Good?
Yes, I think the most important thing is that you put in the very beginning to direct the council appointed officers committee chair allowing. So he is the poo-poo-ha.
And Councilmember Ku, I've got your light. That was
That was what Councilmember Burt was proposing.
great.
Thank you.
Any other discussions? Seeing none, let's take the vote.
Vice Mayor Lowing,
Yes, I guess so.
Councilmember Ku. Councilmember Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinger,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Well, I just want to say that wraps up our year. I want to give a huge thanks to our council appointed officers, all of our staff and my colleagues. I think this is one of the more challenging years that the city has had for a variety of reasons. Being able to work with all of you has been such an incredible honor, and I think we did a lot of great work this year. So I want to give everybody a lot of my appreciation and thanks, and especially to Councilmember Tanaka and Councilmember Ku. This is your last full meeting with us, so thank you for all your service. And we, of course, will fully appreciate you on January 6th. But with that, we're adjourned. Happy holidays, everyone.
Happy holidays.